What's up, family? All right. Yep. Everyone keep coming in. Keep coming in. What's up, guys? Ethan, Kelly, what is up? Keep coming in, guys. Keep coming in. Cameras on, my friends. Cameras on, my friends, or else I will kick you guys. Wow, look at this. Look at this. This is awesome. This is great, guys. What's up, Kai? What's up, Mason? Your mom and I talk a lot, man. It's good to actually see you face to face. Let's see. Anyone else that I recognize here? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. No, oh, everyone's
Got
coming in.
Armand
That's
there.
why.
Armand's lurking over there.
Armand looking
What's up,
around here.
Armand? Yeah.
What's up, Armand? Guys, I hope that you guys are excited for today. I am excited for today. We got people kind of trickling in right now, so we're gonna go ahead. We'll probably be here for about 2 to 3 minutes, just letting people in. But hey, if you guys are excited for today's boot camp, just put a 1 down in the chat, guys. I just want to make sure. Let's see who's excited to be here. Because if you're not excited to be here, then you're in the wrong place. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Diasha, welcome, welcome, welcome. The guys who are in the Geometry Gurus program right now, I'm super excited. Seth, my guy Seth is here. Maggie's here too. What's up, Jaden? I've been talking to your mom too. I don't know if you can hear me, but let's see. Who else is here? Who else is here? Still got some people trickling in, guys. Excited for all you guys. Hey, if you guys are excited to be here, go ahead and type down what's the one concept that you guys are super excited to learn about this weekend, guys. Go ahead and put that in there. All right, SAT. Well, yes, that's why you guys are here. You guys are here for the SAT. Perfect, perfect. Guys, if your cameras are not on, they need to be on, or else you're not going to get anything out of this experience. All right, let's see. Okay, got about 60 people in here. Got 62. Our boy Mason's coming in. All right, guys. Hey, I think that's enough time to let everyone in. I'll let people in as they come in. But guys, I just wanted to say welcome to the Geometry Gurus SAT Bootcamp. For those of you guys who don't know me yet, my name is Jared Wynn. I am the founder and director of Geometry Gurus SAT Tutoring. Over the last few years, I've helped hundreds of students increase their SAT scores so that they can get into better colleges and qualify for scholarships, okay? In every single thing that we do here, we try to give you guys one actionable step to get you guys the results that you're looking for on the SAT, all right? Everyone raise your hand. Anyone here going to do the December SAT? Raise your hand if you guys are here to do the December SAT, guys. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so most of you guys here. Anyone doing the March SAT? All right, there you go. Well, guys, if you guys are ready for the if you guys are doing the March SAT stuff, you guys are in the right place. So the whole purpose of today's event is we're going to be talking about the tips, the strategies, and the overall focus of what the SAT is going to be covering. So today is day number 1 in which we're going to be working on mostly English stuff today, and then tomorrow we'll be working on math things today. All right. So I hope that you guys had a great Thanksgiving, but I'm ready to start rocking and rolling. I'm just going to be around for a little bit, making sure people are inside coming inside. For those of you guys who just joined, please, please, please turn on your cameras. Everyone else has their cameras on. All right. Because, we want to make sure that this is a fun, engaging activity for everybody. Okay. So a lot of these times we're going to get you guys involved as well. So let's just make sure that we have it, rocking and rolling. A participant. So guys, no recording. This recording will not be sent out to you guys. All right. So that you guys are here the entire time and you're engaged. So I will not be allowing anybody to do any sort of AI recording or anything like that. This recording is for our use right now. So if you guys are here, then you guys are here. All right. So with that being said, family, let's get straight into this. Today, as we said, we're going to be working on English today. So for those of you guys who don't know, my partner here, Tim is one of the best English tutors in the game. He's been doing this for a long time. He's based in New York. And today, it's his show today, guys, right? He's going to be taking great care of you. For some of you guys who are in the Geometry Gurus program right now, we all love Coach Tim here. Coach Tim, right? He gets you the results that you're looking for. So the fact that you guys can learn from Tim today is huge. All right. With that being said, Tim, go ahead and, get them rocking and rolling. I'll start letting people in, but it's your show, brother. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, Jared. Welcome, everybody. And it's good to see some familiar faces. What we're going to do is we're going to really just jump right into it. Now, a number of us are going to December, and some of us are seeing March test dates. So some of the sort of basics I don't really need to get into, but I do want to make sure that these are the four sort of pillars that we're going to be approaching with these 2 hours. The first hour we're going to have here, right? Information and ideas. Then we're going to do expression of ideas. We're going to take a 10-minute break, then jump back into conventions and craft and structure. So my idea is I want to give you like a survey, almost a quick gloss over the ways to approach different reading questions. I'm going to give you little tips here and there, and by the end you'll have a number of screenshots certainly that you could use to study. The last section I'm definitely going to be able to sort of sum up with like 10 or 11 points that I think you'll be able to use. And I guess the reason I'm what I focused on was there's a number of principles that my students are familiar with almost intuitively, right? They go, "Oh yeah, I know that word, right?" Or "That sounds about right." But then sometimes those questions we need to make sure that we are absolutely concrete and sure about these principles. So that's what we're approaching. And now this next set of tips right here. These are kind of like ideas that work for every single reading passage. Now, we can always want to simplify the text. Now, you've probably heard that before. What I mean by that is you want to be able to restate a claim, restate the points in language to yourself that you understand. Okay. Number three, and I'll go to number two in a moment, but number three says to notice modifiers of degree, whether it's talking about supporting a claim, whether it's finding a central idea in a passage. These mostly adverbs, by the way, these words in number three can distinguish and help you distinguish if you've narrowed it down to like B and C. These will help you with that. Number four, half right is all wrong. So if something looks relevant, but the academic task it relates to is not what we're looking for, we don't want that. And number five, this is like in bold for a reason in caps, even though I hate all caps usually. Do not speculate. Okay. Don't theorize. We had a student over the summer who made a tremendous jump in his SAT score up into the 1500s when he realized he didn't have to speculate. He didn't have to make things up, which for a lot of us in our AP language classes and our AP English classes is counterintuitive, right? We're used to analyzing. I'm going to tell you that you want to draw from the text, even in the inference based questions. So, with that, I do want to jump in. One note about number two. Um, Listen, you guys are here because you want to score very well, right? We want into the 1500s. We want to score very high on our SATs. And to do that, we need to make sure that we utilize our time. So, a sort of basic strategy I like to tell my students is to make sure on 2 to 4 passages at most, usually in module number two, to have some scratch paper ready to take some quick annotations. I wouldn't recommend using blue books, then you kind of have to hover over the item and that could take some time. Um, that's just a quick time saver, and that way you don't have to go back and reread things. So, what we're going to jump into right now are these pillars of information and ideas. All of these focus on the various texts, interpretation, identification, and sometimes with infographics. So, you can take a screenshot. Anytime you see this little icon here, okay, this is something that if we had a few hours, I would tell you to copy. But in the meantime, if you see that icon, I would just take a quick shot of it and make sure that you have the information available. Um, I'm not going to read this word for word, but basically, at the end of each of these evidence questions, you always have to be mindful: am I supporting the claim, right? Or am I contradicting the claim? So up here, right, we see ways that we will look to support it, and that's the language that accompanies it. The types of passages, you probably know this by now: scientific, literary, humanities, quantitative. Sometimes they will have a claim in the passage, and that is what you have to support. So that's what we're going to approach. Now, a question I get asked frequently is, Tim, do I have to read the whole passage? Now, I don't know what research you guys have done online. I know that I watch videos, I see what my colleagues are doing. A lot of people I've seen it suggested that just read this last part, right? That's the part that is going to reveal the claim. My experience suggests if you start here, you're going to have to make your way back here and then back here, and you're going to reread the passage anyway, and you're going to waste valuable time. I suggest reading the whole passage, focusing more and more on the information at the bottom. I color coded this because the darker the color gets, the more relevant it is to the claim that you need to focus on. Okay. Also, I don't think you ever have to worry about names. Okay, so what I suggest is we read the whole thing, focusing on relevancy. And what do? First of all, we have to spot the claim, make sure we know what it means, and we restate it. Then we predict what's needed, and we pick the correct answers. So I'm going to do this one. Then I'm going to kind of jump into some other types of command of evidence questions, and I'll probably call on some of you. I'll see some of your names. I'll try not to call you out too much if you don't want to be called on, but I'll walk you through it. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot if they don't want to do it. So, all right, let's start this one. So this is a basic command of evidence based on a humanities study. It says external shopping cues are a type of marketing that uses obvious messaging. A display featuring a new product, for example, or a buy one, get one free offer to entice consumers to make spontaneous purchases. In a study, data scientist Sam Hui and colleagues found that this effect can also be achieved with less obvious cue, rearranging a store's layout. The researchers explained that trying to find items in new locations causes shoppers to move through the store, exposing them to more products and increasing the likelihood that they'll buy an item they hadn't planned on purchasing. Which response from the survey given to shoppers best supports the researchers' explanation? So I need to find a piece of evidence here that's going to support this claim. What is the claim? The claim, in my own words, right, this dark red section, is that uh, the stores rearrange items in order to improve their sales, to improve the chances that shoppers will randomly buy new products. So I'm looking for 2 points. That means I want to see something purchased and I want to see something rearranged in the store. That's what I'm looking for. We need to meet all of those criteria points. When I approach these, I often think about them like a checklist, right? You need to hit all the points. You can't just have one. So, A, the store sent me a coupon for a new brand of soup, so I came here to find out what kinds of soup that brand offers. I decided to buy a few cans because I had the coupon. Now, this one has somebody purchasing something, okay? And it even does talk about buy one, get ones or coupon offers, but there is nothing about rearranging it. So we're going to cross out A. B says I didn't buy everything on my shopping list today. I couldn't find a couple of the items in the store, even though I looked all over for them. Okay. Well, he couldn't find things, but there's no real purchase there. C, I needed to find some cleaning supplies, but they weren't in their regular place. While I was looking for them, I saw this interesting notebook and I decided to buy it too. Now that brings me back to the two criteria, right? Uh, I saw a notebook and bought it, and they weren't in their regular place. So the two criteria for that piece of evidence is met with C. Okay. By restating the claim and knowing exactly what we're looking for, we come upon something that's the correct answer. Okay. Now this one's a little bit different, right? This is still command of evidence, but they're giving you a claim and that you need to kind of find a expansion on it. So does anyone want to give this one a try or should I do it? Anyone want to raise their hand on the screen? No? No?
Someone hands up. Someone hands up. Someone hands up. Come on, come on. Don't be shy. There you go. Akash got one.
All right, Akash, you want to why don't we all take about like 30 seconds. We're gonna read it to ourselves, and then Akash, when you're ready, I want you to jump in and tell us how you came up with the answer. Can we do that?
Yes.
Sounds good. We're waiting for you, pal. So if you're at home, you're doing this one yourself right now.
I'm done.
All right, talk to me.
So I read the text and it was basically saying, I mean, I went to the middle section because the first section was basically a bit of background.
Mhm.
The middle section was really the claim and the evidence. So I went there and I found that they were talking about how what they said earlier wasn't relevant to the claim. Wasn't relevant to the past claim. And so they were basically counter arguing that. So Yeah.
Right. So they
it's
had
a-
the initial claim here, then the transition, however, which is always a big
yeah.
red flag for us kids. If you're not sure about that, always pay notice to those
Yeah.
transitions. Keep going, Akash. You're going great.
Yeah. It showed about a decrease in the number of both full-size personal carriages. I read that and then I went to the question based on the text, what can be assumed? So basically it's just asking what are they saying, basically. So it's C, because that's what they're really saying in the text. That factors other than the rise of automobiles is the cause of the horse-drawn carriages failure.
Great, great. And we see that here, right? So this trend was established before the invention of the automobile. And I just want to point out a few things because earlier, and nice job, Akash. Thank you so much. So I want to show you guys what I meant before about speculation. I've worked with students who have questions like this, and they might say something like, if you do B, right? B says, although carriages became less common than automobiles, they are widely regarded as having more aesthetic value. Aesthetic means pleasing to the eye, right? Artistic value. Now, if you and I had a conversation, we might go, oh, but think about the hand craftsmanship or how nice the wagons were or how quaint it was, right? And we can have this sort of like larger question that isn't based on the text. Don't fall into that trap. Okay, similarly, it might make sense that somebody started shifting their creative focus to automobile mechanics. That makes sense. Okay, but that's not what it's asking for. Don't grasp its straws outside of the passage, please. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit more. Looking at the time, I just want to touch on a few different parts. So we'll come back to the literary claims. So infographics are a little bit different. I have one here that's pretty straightforward, but when you approach them, okay, they're the questions that look a little bit like this, right? So always notice the graph. I always go to the graph first. Okay, that way I have my own basis of understanding the graph before I approach the distractor questions. I find that I'm more vulnerable to the College Board confusing me if I don't look at the graph first. What do I look for there? I look for anomalies and I look for patterns. By anomaly, I mean things like outliers, right? Something that doesn't fit the other trends. Okay. So if I look at this passage here, okay, this is based on something from the College Board that I modified. But we look at this passage, it's got 3 columns, right? Okay. So I see species here. I'll call that column A. We have the scientific name in B and the age they became extinct in C. Okay. So I see 3 of them are in the 20th century and 2 of them are much longer. Now, notice the language that they're trying to confuse you. 11,000 years ago, 6,400 years before present. Okay, it's saying the same thing. So I see that there's a big time gap like here. So let's see what it says. It says the continuous passage of time is one of the biggest challenges handled by doctors who seek to bring extinct species back by a process called genetic birthing. Specifically, researchers are worried that the longer a species has been extinct, the less potential there is that a useful habitat will still exist for that species. Among the potential candidates for genetic birthing, this challenge would be least concerning for. Now, I have to think about, all right, if their concern is that the longer something's been extinct, the more difficult it'll be, right? It's a positive correlation. We want to find something that was recent. So, can someone raise their hand and tell me which one they would like is the correct answer, A through D? All right, cool. Why don't you let us know?
It's D because it was extinct in 1953, and that's the most recent one.
Perfect. Everybody see that? Any questions? Nice job, man. Thanks for jumping in. All right. So what we've seen so far is we're forming our own points. We're not speculating. Okay. We're going to jump into a different type of information idea question now known as inferences. Okay, an inference by nature is a conclusion, right? I think we should probably know that by now. So there will be something implied that is not directly in the text. But again, we're looking for a logical extension of the passage. Do not look for an answer that is not, that involves information that is new to the passage, right? So what do I mean by that? I mean, let's look at this one, for example. All right. This is based on an art study. Okay. I'm gonna read it and then I'll ask one of you guys to jump in. If you need me to work with you, I will do that. Now, keep in mind, we're looking for transitions. Always we're looking for changes in thinking, and we're always trying to simplify it in our minds. So I'm gonna do that while you read along with me. It says, in the 17th and 18th centuries, Swedish painters frequently showed banquets filled with carved fowl and other poultry. Many art historians, citing that poultry farmers were widely spread throughout the countryside, translate the meaning of these renderings to be germane to common Swedish dining habits. Okay, so art historians think this art shows normal Swedish dining. Okay. Contrastingly, a team of researchers analyzed thousands of culinary-based art and found that apples, which are only acquired in Sweden at great cost, since they had to be imported from warmer regions, feature in Swedish paintings of the 18th century more than 4 times as commonly as poultry, thereby casting doubt on the idea, right? So basically, everyone thinks that, what do you got, poultry is in Swedish food, but then we find out that apples are even more, 4 times as common. So this casts doubt on an idea. So that means whatever I find here has to be like disproved by the idea that apples are shown 4 times. Do we have any brave souls that want to walk us through it? I'm going to walk you guys through this one, but I'm going to call on someone next there. Okay, so it says, which choice most logically completes the text? A, poultry products were a more significant component of the Swedish diet of the period than apples were. No, because we don't really know. There's no comparison between the poultry and the apples. They're just discussed in terms of the art. B, food was more popular subject among Swedish painters than it was among painters from other countries at the time. No, and this is what I mean. There is no other country mentioned. Okay, this is only about Sweden. C, depictions of food in Swedish paintings of a period should be taken as realistic representations of eating habits. Now, that one has some merit because if we're looking to cast doubt on one of them, right? If we're looking to cast doubt, then we have to pay attention to the idea that this is not a realistic representation because apples are very rare. They are only acquired at great cost. So C is probably correct. D, it says Swedish painters of the period may have depicted food for symbolic reasons rather than to show what Swedish people typically ate. There's no really mention of like apples or poultry representing an abstract idea, so I'm going to cross out D. Okay, the answer was C. Any questions about that? All right. Okay, let's jump in here. Do I have a volunteer for this one? Say, all right, I'm gonna pick on someone I know. Looks like Jace, you're coming up at the top. How you feeling about that, Mr. Nastani? I'm gonna read it for you, and then Jace, you and I are gonna work on this one together. Don't worry, I'm not gonna strand you. All right. It says, Dr. Arachan sought to comprehend the nesting tendencies of Caridean shrimp, more commonly known as Caridia. Her predecessors relied on a process known as latex moldings to gather precise measurements of these Caridian nests. Latex molding entails completely filling an empty burrow with fluid plastic that hardens to create 3D models. Okay, notice I said 3D, okay? I like to keep it simple. However, gathering the model inevitably requires demolishing the nest, okay? In her 2022 study, Chan and her colleagues discovered that a laser-guided digital scanner can precisely record a burrow's measurement both at a moment in time and throughout the entire nest forming process, something that's impossible with latex molding because. So we're really contrasting the process between this latex molding and the LGD scanner. The big difference is that they can look at the nest without destroying it. Okay, so what would we be looking for there, Jace? Can you help us?
Well, it tells us that latex modeling entails completely filling an empty burrow. So that might indicate that it takes longer. And so you'd probably go with the C.
So this is one of those situations, Jace, where it might, I feel like you're speculating a little bit because you're talking about like, well, the molding might take time to recast. We don't see them going into that very much. However, we do know that it's destroyed. Okay, we do know that they demolished the nest. So what could they not do? What is impossible with this is not C. What could we not do? It can only be used in the nest below a certain size. They don't mention size, but we do see that B, it does not allow for multiple castings of the same nest over time, right? That is because the latex molding would be able to destroy it, and you can't do multiple castings then. Jace, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does anyone have questions about that one? All right. So I got a few more minutes on information ideas. Similarly to what I've said before, now central idea is something, it's just like main idea, which you guys have been hearing about since elementary school. However, on the SAT, sometimes they will give you tricks, like they'll give you one passage that's perfectly quoted from the text. That's never going to be the answer, right? You're never going to see 1 point from the story or any irrelevant points that are not outside, that are either outside the text or unrelated. You always want to focus to an idea that's spread across the passage. It's a big idea, okay? So I'm going to read this one. This is from a short story called The Mountain Stair. Now, a note about literature questions on the SAT. If you see a poem or you see something like this where it says the text is adapted from a short story, if it's about, like, I don't know, like an object, chances are it's not really about an object, right? So this character in this passage is going to be talking about her satchel, but it's much more than that, and I want you guys to be aware of that. So while we're not speculating, we want to be aware that the texts that they're supplying are often going to be symbolic to some extent. Okay, so I'm going to jump into this one, and I'm going to call on. Then you guys are going to help me out. The following text is adapted from Peter Ilyas Tokariovich's 1919 short story, The Mountain Stair. In the outskirts of Petrograd, it has become a truism that Mother Ilya must have more village scandals secured in her satchel than any midwife or bishop. Her satchel, befittingly, is distinguished by its tremendous billowing depths. It is voluminous, opening broadly and stretching so wide that it appears to be yawning like a great beast's maw. Its expanse is usually slung over her shoulder across her bosom, and it has a worn look, as if it is a blanket that has seen too many births. Of course, when the nurse opens the sack, the scandals of the villagers do not leap out, but remain safely hibernating in the recesses of burlap and fur. So, like I said, it's mostly about the satchel, but like, is it really? Because first of all, we hear them talking about village scandals, and then we find out these scandals do not leap out, but are safely hibernating. It says on the text, how do people near Petrograd view Mother Ilya? So keep in mind, she has all these secrets of theirs, and they are not being let out of her magical worn bag. So, how about Akshita? Could you tell me? Can I walk you through this? I hate to put you on the spot, but I can walk you through it if you need the help. Do you want to take a moment and look at the answers and tell us what you think it is?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And I can help you. I'm here to help if you need me.
So I want to say that the answer is D because it says that her neighbors are not concerned that they will divulge her secrets, and on the passage it says they will remain safely. So I feel like those two tie together.
Yeah, that's great. And you didn't fall for the mention of gossip, right? Because clearly scandals and village uh, rumors are going to fall into gossip, but they certainly don't criticize her, okay? And her satchel is kind of worn and old, but they're not really disgusted by it, okay? Nice job. Thank you very much, Akshita. Exactly, okay? So we got 3:30. Let's do one more. Maya, how do you want to do this one for us? She's like, no. I put you on the spot, but I'll read the passage and you finish the deal. Can you do that?
Yeah.
All right. It says Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, is often credited with helping to ignite the abolitionist movement in the United States. Published in 1852, the novel's vivid portrayal of the harsh realities of slavery moved many readers to support the cause of abolition. President Abraham Lincoln is even reputed to have called Stowe the little lady who made this big war, in reference to the Civil War. Which choice best describes the main idea of the text? So give us a shot there, Maya.
Um,
Is it D?
D is as in dog.
Yeah.
It says President Lincoln recognized Stowe's contribution to the abolitionist cause. So D is really attractive, but it isn't the right answer. Let me walk you through it, right? So D, we see here, right? President Lincoln is even reputed to have called Stowe the little lady who made this big reference. So he certainly does recognize her, but this is just a detail, okay? It is not the main point of the text. That detail is part of a larger point. And that point is that Beecher Stowe played a significant role in promoting abolitionism. Okay, so we have to look at it. So the first sentence, she's credited with the movement. She talks about the novel's vivid portrayal, right? So there's 3 different sentences about that idea. What's also important, and this is what I was talking about earlier in the session, I talked to you guys about looking for verbs or adverbs of degree, right? So if you look at this, a significant role is much easier to kind of swallow than the word sole reason. Sole means only, right? And Uncle Tom's Cabin was not the only reason for the success of the abolitionist movement. Okay, so that's what I mean when there are these little like factors that you might want to look for. Sole is a lot harder of a point to prove than just somebody having a significant role. Okay, so keep in mind we're going to look for those adverbs or adjectives of degree. For ideas like central idea, we don't want to pick just one detail that's part of it. Okay, right? Might pick a great relevant detail, it just wasn't the whole thing. Okay, and that's where all of the information and idea questions can kind of go, where they can kind of trip you up with it. Now, this next session is this next half hour, we're going to go over expressions of ideas, which are specifically transition questions and rhetorical synthesis. Now, I'm real big on transition questions because if you want to score like a 750, right? If you want to be in that absolute upper echelon, these are the questions. Transitions, get them all right, memorize them. Okay. I give a chart like this to my students. You'll notice there's a screenshot there. Okay. You have to know these. You have to know these and you have to know them. You have to be able to discern between in addition and indeed, right? Because they both agree. They both show agreement between 2 ideas, but they can be slightly different. I want you to get 100 on these. These can make up to 15% of the questions on a module at times, and I want those to be home runs for you. Okay, so transitions are very important. They're very easy to overlook because they're less like they're shorter questions, right? So mentally, a lot of the time we go, I don't need to do that, but trust me, these will add up. So if you want to like really you want to have these transitions and you want to have grammar rules memorized. Also, in general, with vocabulary, find yourself a good Greek and Latin root words, find yourself a nice vocabulary list, start memorizing word parts now. I mean, if you're going for December, maybe that's not the strategy, but if you're going in March, you definitely want to start working on that because these are the ways that we can kind of have a nice foundation and we can also save time. If transitions and grammar rule questions we can do quickly, then you can save the time for the real long infographic passages. Okay, and that's really important. So transition questions always assess our understanding of connecting ideas in a passage. Okay, so we'll see something like this. Now, what I like to do is I want you to kind of have an idea of the function, right? So I want you to read the passage, and before you even look at the choices, I want you to be like, okay, this is a comparison question, right? Or this is a contrast question. So you're going to notice on this next slide, I don't even have the choices up. Okay, so I'm going to read it once. I'm going to show you what I mean. In the top right, you'll notice I'm asking you a question. So as I read along with this, ask yourself, is this an agreement question, cause and effect, or a contrast? What should that blank, what relationship should that transition reveal? So it says, in modern agriculture, farmers use chemical fertilizers to enhance crop yields. These fertilizers provide essential nutrients that crops need to grow. Blank, excessive use of these chemicals can lead to environmental problems such as water pollution. So this sentence before the blank is positive. And write a little plus sign because they provide essential nutrients. Now, the sentence after the blank says they are negative, right? They can create water pollution. So my guess is that whatever is on this blank should show contrast, should show a change in idea. Okay, so let's look at it. Same questions now. Therefore shows cause and effect. Okay, so that doesn't work. For example, right, is a demonstration of the previous sentence. An excessive use of chemicals is not an example of essential nutrients, right? So B is incorrect. D, as a result, is also cause and effect, which leads us with C, on the other hand. On the other hand shows contrast. Now, kids, if you don't know this, anytime you see words or grammar constructs that do the same job, you can cross them both out. So if you had this question on the SAT and you see therefore and you see as a result, those are both cause and effect questions, boom, cross them both out. Okay? That works for, anytime you see repeating ideas, get rid of them. Okay? So now it says regular exercise is more important for maintaining good health. It helps to reduce the risk of chronic disease, improve mental health, and boost overall energy levels. Blank, it is recommended to engage in at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. Do I have a brave soul who wants to tell us what function this transition should serve to do?
Agreement.
It is agreement. Put those screens on, my friends. Put those screens on back there. I see you guys hiding. Okay. All right. Agreement. Okay. It is an agreement. So which one is the best example then? Anyone? Anyone?
D.
Who said that? Okay, actually, thanks. Yeah. So yeah, you're correct, right? So as a result of it being so helpful, hence it is recommended to engage. Now, someone might have thought moreover, right? Moreover is additional information. So moreover is an agreement, right? So is for example, but 30 minutes is not an example of the benefits of exercise. Moreover would have preceded an idea of another positive benefit, right? So if you wanted to use moreover, it would say boosts overall energy levels. Moreover, there is less chance of mental incoherence late in life, right? There's another example, okay? How about this one? Vishavi, would you be willing to give this one a shot? Putting you on the spot there. I can read it for you and then you give the answer. How about that?
Okay.
Because this one's a tough one, so I don't want to just put you on the spot, right? Because this would be like a level 3 SAT question for the transition. So I am giving you a tough one. It says, there is widespread contentious debate in the field of linguistics. The niche is divided between historical linguists and descriptive linguists. Blank. There are those who focus on diachronic analysis, which looks at language change over time, and those who insist that synchronic analysis, which is current linguistics, is more fruitful. Biolinguistic scholar Gustav Frunz cats himself among neither. Okay, so even if you guys don't know historical linguist, descriptive linguist, diachronic analysis, or synchronic analysis, right? Basically, this first sentence describes a debate, and here we see them like kind of, I don't know, giving us an example or something, right? They seem to be building on that. So what do you think?
I think it's D, that is.
Excellent. Can you tell me what that is means? You're 100% correct. Nice job. Awesome.
I think it's like another way of saying like just expanding on like, since they said in their first like sentence that it's historical linguists and descriptive linguists, they're going into more detail of what a historical linguist is and what a descriptive linguist is.
Yeah, awesome. I love that you said more detail. Yeah, I wrote the word to clarify. You're 100% correct, kid. So that is that. It's a phrase that we can take for granted almost, but that means what's about to come after it is going to clarify something. So they give you all this heavy jargon to confuse you in order to set up a situation where that is the perfect transition. Okay. I'm gonna give this one. This one is also a pretty hard one. How do you feel, Neha? You want to give it a shot? Big smile there. You're like, no, stop calling on me. I'll read it. I'll set it up. You knock it down. Okay. Okay. It says in 1810, while in exile in Haiti, Bolivian revolutionary Victor Paz Estenssoro corresponded his praise via handwritten letters to America's democratic government. Paz conveyed his aspirations that Bolivian regimes seeking autonomy from Spain might one day cultivate something similar. The letters were addressed to a rural merchant, Joseph Meeker. Blank, though, Estenssoro's goal was to persuade political leaders from America and to support his cause. So this guy wants to basically, connect to America's government. He wants them to have a similar regime in Bolivia. Okay, so he writes to a merchant in the U.S., but he really has a bigger goal that somebody else is going to read it. So which phrase you think works the best with that?
Like ultimately.
Excellent. Why isn't it consequently?
Well, because like when you say ultimately, it's like his end goal was to do something else, or like, yeah.
Yeah, it means it.
Just like as an effect, I guess.
Yeah, ultimately is in the end. Accordingly accordingly and consequently you can cross off because they're both cause and effect. Additionally is new information, right? And that doesn't seem relevant there. Awesome job. Awesome job. Okay, so let's talk about this one. Arman, you with me?
So yeah, I'm here.
All right, buddy. I want you to you're gonna answer this one. I'm gonna do the reading, and you're gonna finish it up for us. Okay. Okay. It says Plato espoused material objects to be raw representations of unseen perfect forms. From his perspective, such abstract non-material forms are the epitome of knowledge. The Pythagoreans disagreed, asserting that comprehension is best acquired through direct confrontation with the material world. Blank, sensory experience of the material is the ultimate source of knowledge. Which choice completes the text with the most logical transition? Armand, what are you thinking? You need me to walk you through it, or what are your thoughts?
I think I have an answer.
Okay, what do you got?
I'm choosing C.
Yeah, tell us. Someone's sitting here going, "How did he come up with that?" Tell us how he came up with that.
Well, I mean, I didn't understand the entire text completely, but
Mhm.
when I got towards the end with the Pythagoreans disagreed, asserting that comprehension is best acquired through direct confrontation with the material world, it seems like the semicolon, it's like also explaining what was given in the beginning sentence.
Mhm.
And then it also felt like an addition. So that's kind of how I got to see.
Yeah, and it's clarifying, right? So you did a great job, right? So they're asserting. To assert is to state a belief. Comprehension is acquired through direct confrontation with the material world, right? So they're almost translating. In other words, sensory experience is the ultimate source of knowledge. Okay, so regardless would be like saying despite. Okay, admittedly is a concession. Meanwhile is also a contrast word. So C is the only one that works there. Okay. All right, so let's talk about rhetorical synthesis questions. These are questions that look really intimidating, but I think are some of the more approachable questions on the SAT. Essentially, they give you a contextual situation, series of notes, and a rhetorical task. All right, and your job as the test taker is to choose a statement that relies on the notes to accomplish the task. Now, the task is really the essential part of this passage. It's not the notes, okay? 90% of the time I do these questions, I don't really even have to read the notes. It's all about the rhetorical situation. William Bartolome, can you tell me what rhetoric means?
Not really quite sure how to phrase it.
All right, and that's William. That was the best answer you could have given because I'm sure there's people that don't know what rhetoric means. Rhetoric is the art of persuasion or effective writing and speaking. So the whole purpose of this section is how do you read the notes and figure out what the perfect way to say these tasks are, right? So what you're going to be doing is you're going to have a passage that looks like this, right? For example, so you'll have these notes at the top. Okay, Now, like I said, I don't even read these notes. If you're relatively new to the SAT game, you might be like, oh my God, I got to memorize these. You don't. They don't lie about the notes. They never change the notes. The notes are not inaccurate down here. It's just, do they accomplish the task? So we always want to focus on here. What does the student want to do? Okay, so to do that, right, I want you to look at these sort of color-coded academic tasks. These are rhetorical situations. This is the type of information you're going to have to understand. The question might say the student wants to present the primary aim of a study, or it could say it wants to present a study and its findings, right? You have to be able to explain the differences, okay? So what is the difference between those light blue ideas? They're Sinead, how would you discern between presenting a primary aim and presenting a study and its findings?
I would say the present a primary aim is like what they're trying to find, and then present a study and its findings is like kind of like the evidence of the goal.
Yeah, this is the results, right? So
Yeah.
it's not just the objective, but also the results, all right? Nice job. Nathan T, what about these yellow ones? It says introduce the collection to a new audience or introduce a collection to an audience that is familiar with an artist or the collection. What would change about that approach?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. We're looking at these two yellow tasks, right?
Okay.
So imagine you're the student and you have to introduce a collection of artwork to an audience that doesn't know the artist. How would that be different than the chance to introduce a collection to an audience that is familiar? Like if people don't know the artist,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I think that if they don't know much about it, you have to explain like the background and like the context.
good background, and then also if we don't know the author's name, right? You want to go like full name, okay? So there's going to be more detail, more introductory information. Okay, nice job. Arthur, what about these green tasks here? It says emphasize methodology and emphasize duration. What do you think the difference would be there?
He was methodology.
I mean, duration is obviously like a time period, but what does methodology mean, you think?
Can you give me a second to look up the definition?
Sure.
That's why I was like,
I appreciate that.
I was actually preparing for the question right then, but my internet was slow. But hold me, just look at the definition right quick.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Give me 1 second. In my opinion, when you say emphasize methodology, I say emphasize how they did it. The process of doing it compared to emphasize duration, the time that took them to do a certain thing or complete that goal.
100%, man. You're talking about the process, right? So, and this is the subtle stuff that we have to know when we jump into these questions. Nice job. I really like the way that you answered that well. They don't care about the results if they're emphasizing methodology. Okay, so that's something that we need to be able to distinguish in. Similarly, in this last part, if they're explaining a disadvantage, there's going to be a lot more detail. If they're just identifying it, right, that's going to be a short, more concise response. Okay, so like basically, right, these would be the ways that they would break down. And we kind of just nailed all of these, right? But this way, if you want to kind of review that, you have this as a resource. Okay, so let's look at the first one. This one's pretty easy. Okay, this is a good one to be modeled with. It says, while researching the topic, a student has taken the following notes. I'm not even reading these. I'm not reading them. I'm just going to go here. The student wants to emphasize the impact of these two achievements on society. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? Now, kids, so if I haven't looked at it, I am trusting that this information is all true, and it always is. Okay, so what I need to know is I need to see effects or impact, and I need to see two achievements. So let's look at A. It says Armstrong's moon landing and Berners-Lee's World Wide Web had profound impacts on society by expanding the boundaries of space exploration and information sharing. Okay, so that's like kind of good, right? I see that it talks about profound impacts on space and information sharing, which seems to have 2 achievements, but I'm going to see if they have anything more specific. Says B, Armstrong's landing and Lee's invention of the web were both witnessed by thousands. That is not the impact. That says how widespread they were. If we're trying to emphasize how public they were, that would work, but that's not what we're looking to do. Okay, that is not the same rhetorical situation. C, Armstrong's moon landing marked a milestone in space exploration. Yeah, that's cool, but it didn't say anything about Berners-Lee's web, so that does not work for us. And then D, the World Wide Web, invented in '89, changed how people share information, while the moon landing was a space exploration milestone. So this one's kind of sneaky because D brings up the impact of the web, but it just describes the public importance of the moon landing. It doesn't talk about the impact. Nothing changed as a result of the moon landing on D. Whereas in A, it says expanded the boundaries of space exploration. So the correct answer is A. Okay, give me like a thumbs up in the screen. Did we get that? How are we doing? Yeah? Yeah? All right. All right, get those screens on there at the bottom here. You guys are hiding in anonymity. Don't do it. Come back to us. Okay, good. All right. Now let's do another one. This one is fairly is a little bit more difficult. So do I have a brave soul? Do they want to like unmute and just jump in? Nidhi? Nidhi, you want to do it, or you just give me a thumbs up for the last one?
I could do it.
You want
I
to
was
give
just trying to find a way to get the thumbs up down.
it? Okay. So Nidhi, I'm gonna walk with you through this one. So let's start by just looking here. Okay. Again, kids, if you need to double check, or if if it's a harder question and you're really struggling, you can look at these. But I'm telling you, you don't have to. Okay, if there are certain times that you might, feel like you're kind of like flailing, you need more clarity, then use the bullet points. But it saves time and you don't get distracted. You don't have to memorize these. That's why I don't want you to worry about that. I'm all about saving you guys like mental bandwidth, right? I don't care if you pronounce the words. I don't care if you know the bullet questions. I care that you understand the task that you're trying to answer. Okay. So, all right, Nidhi, we're going to just start with the prompt, which is down here, right? It says the student wants to describe how glass is used in the Leaves of Livingston. So, Nidhi, when we describe something, like in your own words, like how do you handle it? Like, what do you do when you describe? What type of information do you use?
You would use like I don't know if this is correct, but adjectives like saying it like you know how it's explained glass, like it features 9 hand blown glass pieces, and then it's and then it says it depicts 3 standing figures, and the figures were clothes and made of teal glass.
Yeah, so the teal is an adjective, right? So you brought that up, and I guess I'm differentiating between before. If you noticed, I asked a gentleman what it meant to emphasize a methodology, right? Methodology would be the process. So we're not looking for like the ways that the glass was blown or like that the presentation was delivered. We're looking for some sort of physical thing done with the glass, probably. Okay, so why don't we go through it? Do you want me to go through them like line by line with you, or do you want to jump in?
Oh, is it the made of teal glass stitched to the painting canvas? It's the same like stitched, just like would that be one? Or
So which choice are you talking about? Which answer?
the last one, the last bullet point that says the figures wear clothes made of teal glass stitched on the painting's canvas.
Yeah, so that is part of it, right? And I love that you're talking about the teal glass. So now look through A through D. Which one of these choices uses that information to describe how the glass is used? You're on the right track. So where do you see it in the answers?
A.
Awesome. Nice job, Nitty. Yep, 100%, right? The clothing is made of teal glass. And like, do you guys see how I hope you see, like, because some people get intimidated by these. You just look, this has five. Look, you can see this one and go, oh my God, there's 5 bullet points. I don't know anything about glass or artistry. Who's this person? Right? There's all of this jargon, right? That's one of the College Board's tricks. They give you jargon, which means information that is specific to a type of genre or niche, right? So I don't know anything about blown glass art sculpture, right? But I do know about rhetoric, and I do know what it means to describe how glass is. So if you look at B, the exhibition featured artwork. No, that's not about how the glass is used. C, depicting 3 standing closed figures. Leaves of Livingston is painted. No. D, no. So the answer is A. Okay. This one's a little bit more serious. So I would love to call on. Hey Kai, you ready for this one, buddy? So Kai, I'm going to set you up, and you just get the answer for us. I see you already leaning in for it, so you're going to jump on. So, kids, again, don't go crazy. Just look at this part. The student wants to present a difference between the 2 books. A difference, 1 contrast between 2 works. Okay, go for it, Mr. Schaefer, when you're ready.
Right, should this be A?
Yeah. So, what is the difference that you see?
Autobiography and fictional.
Yeah, we're talking about genre, right? Fictional and autobiography. Now, if we look at, let's just go, sometimes it's helpful to explain why answers are wrong. And sometimes if you're like struggling with this one at home, kids, sometimes it's better, instead of saying, why is this answer right? You might say, well, why is it wrong? So let's look at B. It says they may have written about different topics, but Equiano and Sinclair are both influenced readers. This is doing the opposite, right? We see a similarity. C, the 1807 Slave Trade Act resulted from the book by Rashad, and the Pure Food and Drug Act came from the book by Sinclair. This is 2 effects from the book, so C is more cause and effect. Okay, those are effects. And then D, there are 2 works of literature that contributed to new legislation. Again, that's sharing a similarity, not a difference. Nice job, Kai. Okay, and we're crushing these. Okay, so listen, it is 3:57. Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back in, and we're going to jump into English conventions, and then we're going to finish with functions. So it's 3:57. I'm going to set my timer. I'm going to restart at 4. Well, it's Eastern time and where I am. So 3:57. In 10 minutes, we're going to continue. Okay. All right, we're going to start moving forward in about another minute. It's 4:07 by my watch. So please, if you're on break, you're coming back, just jump back in, put that camera on so I know you're here. And that way we can kind of get some feedback from you guys. You don't just have to listen to me. Plus, I have a few people asking questions in the chat to me on the break, which is awesome. Okay, so listen, don't be shy. If I can't see the chats now, I can get back to you with a message. And certainly, like, just put your hands up in the participation, and I can call on you. Right, this is a good chance to ask questions. I know there's a lot of people, but I mean, listen, better you ask it now than you stumble on the test, right? That's why we're here. So, all right, let's get going here. Okay, so we're jumping in now to this is the section that, like, I I don't know. I guess I'm an English guy, but this English conventions is almost becomes kind of like a game once you know the rules. And I said earlier to you that the transitions and the grammar should be really like memorized content that you have locked down, because you can do very well in them, and you can you can maximize your time with it. And that's what I really want you to do. I don't want you to be like struggling, taking 2 minutes to do a semicolon question, or even like a minute and a half. Hopefully it's something that you can see, so that you can use like 20-30 seconds max on this, and then go use that extra time on a harder inference question or a quantitative analysis question. That's the strategy, and that's kind of my want for you guys. So we're going to jump in. I'm going to give you a little bit of grammar notes here and there, and like I said earlier, you see the screenshots, jump in and take them. I can't do every grammar rule, right? It's a boot camp. I'm going to focus on a few, though. I'm going to focus on semicolons. We're going to talk about modifiers. Okay, we're going to talk about breaking up independent clauses and a little bit on active voice. So, all right, we're going to jump in here. The first thing I want everybody to make sure that they know and just like have this like burned into your brain, right? 3 ways to split up 2 independent clauses are the period, the semicolon, and the comma plus a conjunction. Conjunctions are that very awkward acronym fanboys, right? They're there for and nor, but, or, yet, so. You never, ever are going to see a question where all 3 of these are offered. If you see, excuse me, if you see all of these offered in a question, the answer is going to be the 4th option because all of these do the same thing grammatically. So you will not see them opposing each other. Okay. So just know that going into this. So real simple, because there's someone in here that's like, yeah, I know what an independent clause is, but like maybe you don't, or like if I asked you one-on-one, you'd maybe kind of struggle with it, right? So a clause in general is a subject, is a subject and a conjugated verb, right? So what we have here up here, we have an independent clause. Derek ventured beyond the village's outskirts, right? So Derek's the subject. All right, then we have ventured and where to go beyond the village's outskirts. So that can stand alone as a complete sentence. Now, a dependent clause has a noun and a verb, but it doesn't have the independence that an independent clause has. So where he roamed the wilderness for days. So there's the noun and the subject, there's the verb, right? There's the object of the sentence, okay? But that's a dependent clause, okay? This cannot stand by itself, this can. Now, if you combine them, they work though, right? It says Derek ventured beyond the village's outskirts where he roamed the wilderness for days, okay? This works together as a complete sentence. There is no punctuation needed when you have the dependent clause at the end of the sentence usually. Okay. Now, we go down here. We have them color-coded. We have Derek ventured the wilderness beyond the village's outskirts. He roamed the wilderness for days. Now, he roamed the wilderness for days is a complete sentence. So now we have to find a way to merge those correctly. And that's what these 3 ideas do. Okay. So on the next slide, you're going to see all 3 of these punctuations used appropriately to merge independent clauses. Okay, so we have an IC here. Okay, I'm gonna write IC for independent clause. He ventured beyond the villages. Excuse me. Hold on, I'm gonna let somebody in. All right, beyond the village's outskirts. He roamed the wilderness for days. So that's 2 independent clauses, right? The sentence is not changing anywhere. So I'm gonna just jot it in everywhere, and you notice the different punctuations, right? Semicolon, period, comma plus a conjunction. Okay. Now, again, if you saw all 3 of these options, if this was like A, B, and C, the answer would be D because these will never be against each other because they all do the same exact thing. That's the thing with the SAT. The SAT is a little bit almost robotic in that way, where if you and I were in English class and I was helping you with your writing, we might say, hey, you know what, the semicolon works a little bit better for your tone here, right? SAT doesn't really care about tone. They care about breaking up the independent clauses. The reason these are called boundaries questions, if you don't know, like if you go to the College Board, these are called boundaries questions. This is because we're talking about the boundary, literally, in between clauses. That's all this is. Okay, so we're not interested in tone and voice in this situation. Okay, so let's look at this one, right? So the before and after strategy, you might have heard of this before. If I work with you, I'll always tell you, if you see this question, right, and you see the options, and you know there's periods, there's semicolons, immediately you should be like, okay, this is a boundaries question. This is about punctuation. I'm going to look here, and I'm going to look beforehand, right? There's the beginning of the sentence, and I'm going to look afterwards. There's the end of the sentence. I don't really care about this sentence here that starts it, so I'm just going to start out with jazz advocates. Okay, everyone with me? Good. Give me a thumbs up for good. We're good. All right. Thank you. Cool. Okay, jazz advocates and fans currently celebrate him as one of the most impactful musicians of the 20th century. Many believing him to be among the greatest jazz musicians of all time. So I read through it. So I'm going to start here. Jazz advocates and fans currently celebrate him as one of the most impactful musicians of the 20th century. Now that's an independent clause. Okay, so I'm going to drop that there. Now, many believe him to be among the greatest jazz musicians of all time. A, B, and C all have many believe, okay, which makes that an independent clause as well. Okay, the second part. So that means I need either a period, a semicolon, or a comma and a conjunction. Now I see a semicolon here over in D, right? But that doesn't work because many believing makes that no longer an independent clause. So we're going to cross out D. A is what we would call the dreaded comma splice. Okay, a comma splice is when you merge two independent clauses with a comma. That is always wrong on the SAT. Always wrong. Please don't do that. If you see commas in between two sentences that stand by themselves, run screaming from that answer choice. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that one. Okay, then B is a run-on because there's no punctuation at all. The answer is C. Good? Anyone have a question about this? This would be the time to ask. You can just, I won't even ask you your name. You can just ask. You good? We're good? Okay. All right. So this one's going to get a little bit more difficult, right? So now again, so I like to always train my students. So you see this, like, I want you to all be able to recognize a question as soon as you see it. Like, what type of question is this? So you see this, you see conventions of standard English. You know it's grammar. Now you look at the question options. You know this is a boundaries because you see the only thing that is changing is basically a semicolon, a comma, and the use of the word and. Okay, so we're talking about clauses in this one. So we're going to look, here's the blank. We look for an independent clause here, and we look for an independent clause kind of here, right, on both sides of it. So the November Spring Directive, which was approved by state legislature in 1956, signed a vital investment in the infrastructure of depleted national parks. Okay. It prioritized material improvements to the park's roads, utilities, employee housing, and visitor lodging while establishing educational programming for the public. Okay, so that's a long one, but it's definitely two independent clauses. Okay, so we have that one here, and then we have that one there. Now, A does not work because it has an and, but no comma. B is just a run-on. Now, D is the comma, but no and, which leaves us with C, a semicolon. Everybody good?
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So for the comma, does it have to have an and like after it, or like, because I don't understand that part.
Okay, so when we're talking about specifically, that was Maya, right? Maya, specifically, look at this. Okay, I'm talking about when you merge two independent clauses, the comma has to have a conjunction, or the and has to have a comma, right? So if you look here in this one, there's a comma in the word and, because what it's doing is it is connecting this independent clause and this independent clause. Because Maya, if I say he roamed the wilderness for days, that's the complete sentence, right? Yes.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yes, it's all good. If I say this, right, he roamed the wilderness for days, that's a complete sentence or an independent clause. Same idea.
Yeah.
Now, the light blue, Derek ventured the wilderness beyond the village's outskirts. Okay, that's a complete sentence.
Yeah.
So in this case, where we're bringing two independent clauses together, the comma and the and do have to come together because the comma isn't strong enough. Like, think about like the semicolon, the periods, like they're like the strong punctuation. They're like the top tier of punctuation. Okay, like in all seriousness, the comma isn't strong enough. The comma needs a buddy, and the buddy is a coordinating conjunction or a fanboys. In this case, it's and. Now, Maya, that doesn't mean anytime you see a comma, you need and with it. It's just if we're linking independent clauses.
So for a comma, I need like a conjunction right next to it, right?
Correct.
There. Okay.
Yeah, these guys, screenshot this.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Okay, cool. Does that answer your question? You good?
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. And now we're going to address another use of commas in a little bit. Okay, so thanks for that question. I'm sure you are not the only person to have it. Okay. This one, in fact, Maya, do you want to give it a shot? You want to see if you can do it? You're like, no.
Sure.
I'll work with you, right? So
Okay.
don't even listen. Don't even read this first sentence.
Mhm.
Just look for the blank and see if this is an independent clause and this is an independent clause. Because if it is, that tells us what we need. So Maya, if we say the city plans to build a new park, is that a complete sentence? Is that an independent clause?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, if they say they want to provide more green spaces for residents, is that a complete sentence?
Yeah.
Good. So we need any of those punctuations that I brought up before. So which one of these works for that then?
Is it A?
Yes. Awesome. Nice job. Good job. Right. And sometimes, like, we want to make it more complicated, like a period. That's it. Yeah. No. Absolutely. A is great. The B is wrong because you don't have a comma. C is wrong because kids, like, here's another red flag. Semicolon plus conjunction, run screaming from that answer. Also. Okay. You don't want that one. Okay. Semicolons don't roll with A's. With ands. And then D is a comma splice again. Okay. It's like sometimes in English class, right? We kind of have those rogue commas here and there. You can't have the rogue commas in SATs. You want to keep them very like orderly. Nice job. Thank you, Maya. Okay. Oh, good. Which brings us to another use of the comma, which is the non-restrictive modifier. Okay. This is one of the checklists for checklists. One of the ways you can kind of check your work with the standard conventions of English, right? So non-restrictive modifiers always modify nouns, but they're not like sometimes they're called non-essential, right? Non-essential or non-restrictive. Okay, so basically these modifiers can be taken out of a sentence and the sentence still makes sense. And what they teach you is that if you can take out the phrase that's surrounded by commas, the commas are in the right place. So let's we'll call this one A. Okay. My brother, who is a doctor, lives in New York. So I notice this comma and this comma. Now, if I cross that out, my brother lives in New York. That makes sense, right? We all are like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes total sense. So that means those commas are in the right place. So you, my students, if you're looking at the answers and you see, okay, we can take these commas, those commas are around information we don't need to have it make sense. The commas are in the right place, pick that answer. All right. Now, let's go down here. My dog, a golden retriever, loves to play fetch. Now, if we take a golden retriever out, it says my dog loves to play fetch. That means those commas are in the right place. Again, my aunt, who is a chef. By the way, this W, this phrase starting with a W, if you see commas in like a who or a which or a where, a lot of the time that's a red flag that we're looking at a non-essential modifier, right? If you said New York, where I lived for 10 years, is my favorite place, right? That's a non-essential modifier, where I lived for 10 years, okay? So this is a clue. Now, notice this one, my dog, a golden retriever. If we name the dog, that changes everything, right? So if I said my dog, Lily, now it's a name. Names are essential modifiers. Okay, there's a little like a kind of hack for this, and I mean I use the dog, but a lot of time you're going to see this on the SAT. A few of us, some of my students we've been doing this a lot lately, right? So if you ever see this, what you would say, it would be like if you see name, the commas go there, name job, but if you go job name, there are no commas because a job is a non-essential modifier. A name is an essential modifier. And you're going to see that what that looks like on the next question. Okay. Any other questions about that? I feel like I just threw a lot at you. Okay. Let's look at these then. Okay. So, I'm gonna call in someone. I'm gonna call in someone who wants to be our non-essential modifier guru. How you feel about that, Emma S? You think you can do this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Just keep in mind what I just said, and I will walk you through it if you need it. So, do you want me to read it, and then I'll turn to you?
Yeah.
You got it. Okay. A recent study tracked the number of wasp species present in 33 New Jersey apple orchards over a 10-year period. Entomologist Dawn Trabb found that when wild growth near an orchard was cleared, the number of different the number of different bee species visiting the orchard decreased. So which choice completes the text? Okay, so we're looking at comma placement, and that's pretty much it. So you want to utilize the non-essential modifier. Okay. You want me to walk you through them or no?
Sure.
Okay. So A, we have to ask ourselves, is there a colon necessary? And there's not, because colons, kids, have independent clauses in front of them. And entomologist Dawn Trabb is not an independent clause, so we can cross out A. Now, we just said, if we go here, job and name, if the name comes second, there's no commas. Now I see a name second, right? So it can't be B, can it, Emma? Right? That goes against what we just said, because Dawn Trabb is important. She's essential. This is very important. Okay? So we're going to cross that one out. Now, can you choose between C and D, Emma?
Yeah, see.
Perfect. Yep. Yeah, you're not going to have a comma there between the subject and the verb in that case. Okay? Okay, so this is, by the way, like a game changer in terms of time. If you like memorize this with the name, job, name, I see this like often, right? It's on a lot of the College Board questions. It's on a lot of the SATs. You can answer this in 5 seconds. You can answer this in 5 seconds, kids. Keep it moving, right? Okay. Okay, this one. How about Nico, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, bud. Why don't you give this a try? I'll read it and you can tell us which it is. So we're dealing with boundaries again. You're going to tell me what you come up with. So it says the Desmar technique, founded by Jamaican-born dancer and choreographer Rika Desmar, is known for its emphasis on muscle control and the dynamic of breath and breathlessness. Dancers may explore, for example, the pose of midair suspension at the top of the jump. So, the first steps are we look in front of the dash, right? And then behind the dash to try to locate independent clauses, because that'll tell us what type of punctuation we need. So why don't you give that a whirl?
Okay.
Take your time. Everybody at home, you're kind of working through this as well while we're waiting for the answer. Okay, narrow down your choices. Okay. If you need help, I'm here, man. I can help you.
Yeah, I need a little help.
Okay. All right. So here's the deal. So first of all, just by let's just read it. So if I start here, for example, it says dancers may explore, for example, the pose of midair suspension at the top of the jump. That's an independent clause. That can stand by itself. It's a little bit vague, right? Because I don't know what this midair suspension is, but it has a subject, it has a predicate. It's a complete thought. Okay. Now, we have to see if I look at the choices, right, it means that we're going to plug in the word breathlessness here on the break, on the blank. It says the Desmar technique, founded by Jamaican-born dancer and choreographer Rika Desmar, is known for its emphasis on muscle control and the dynamic of breath and breathlessness. So that's a complete sentence too. So which punctuation can split this independent clause from this one?
That's a semicolon.
Correct. So which choice is that? D? Nice.
Yeah.
Good. Any questions about that one? It's a mouthful, that one. Nice job, Nico. Thank you. Yeah, don't be intimidated by some of these passages, right? They're going to throw, commas, extra techniques, and they're not that hard. Okay, let's go with this one's a beast. Anyone want to try a really hard one? This is one of the level 3 ones I modified. This one, it's got a little colon use. Now, actually, let me just ask you. So, Kai, I'm gonna pick on you because we've talked about this recently. What do we use a colon for?
Before depending, like either for like a list, so like before a list or like a dependent clause.
Right. And the dependent clause will come afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be independent clause, colon, right? That's my colon, right? Dependent clause. And I always think about it like the independent clause is like build up and then follow through, right? The item after the colon is usually an example or the demonstration of what is in the independent clause. Okay. And I'm going over this one, I guess, because we can clearly see that there's a colon here. I don't know if that's the answer, but I want you to be able to make an educated decision. Okay. So let's talk about this. It says, in the 1990s, surging amplifier technology allowed the addition of another instrument to concert jazz and improv music. The piccolo, a relatively quiet instrument, its distinguished range of sound was finally audible within the blaring brass clangor of the time, allowing performers like Rickamutis and Katie DiClementi to perform with other jazz greats. So this one's a beast, right? Because we see a lot of punctuation here, okay? But we're going to follow the formula. We look at the blank, okay, and let's ask ourselves. In the 1990s, surging amplifier technology allowed the addition of another instrument to concert jazz and improv music. Okay. Now, A doesn't work because, listen, there's no punctuation until all the way over here. So it says a relatively quiet instrument, its distinguished range of sound. So we're not going to have A because A makes a comma splice for the whole thing. Okay, we don't want to deal with that. It's comma splice. Like I said, we don't do those. B is interesting because we have that period, that strong punctuation. But what did I tell you guys before? I said if you see like periods and semicolons or a comma plus a conjunction and they're all doing the same thing, they're both wrong, right? So if you look at B, what do you notice? Period and semicolon. Everything else is exactly the same. So guess what? B is wrong. C is wrong because they're indecipherable from each other on the SAT. So that makes the answer D. The piccolo is an example of the addition of another instrument of concert, jazz, and improv. And then we have a new sentence starting with A that leads here.
Could you please explain how A is a comma splice?
Sure. In the 1990s, surging amplifier technology allowed the addition of another instrument to concert jazz and improv music. That's a complete sentence. Okay. The piccolo, a relatively quiet instrument, its distinguished range of sound was finally audible within the blaring brass clangor of the time, allowing performers like Rickamutis and Casey DiClementi to perform with other jazz greats. So, so you make a good point. So this is not an independent clause. This would just be a run-on. Excuse me. Okay, it's more than one complete thought between music and the piccolo.
I see. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. I used the wrong answer terminology, but you're correct. Absolutely. Okay, but A still doesn't work though because you need to have some kind of punctuation there.
Why
okay.
couldn't it have been D again?
It was D.
Oh, it was D, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, why does a colon work in that question?
Why does a colon work? Okay. So the piccolo is the follow through of this sentence. It says, in the 1990s, surging amplifier technology allowed the addition of another instrument to concert, jazz, and improv music. Colon, the piccolo, right? So the piccolo is the dependent clause, right? Or the noun, excuse me, that shows what instrument was allowed in. The colon needs an independent clause beforehand, but doesn't need one after. So you have this build up here, build up, and then you have the piccolo, which is the follow through or the example that comes before the colon.
Would it work if it's music, comma, the piccolo, and then period A?
Music, comma, the piccolo. Let's ask ourselves. In the 1990s, surging amplifier technology allowed the addition of another instrument to concert, jazz, and improv, comma, piccolo, period. Yeah, that would work.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good question. We're good?
Yes.
All right. Okay. What time we got? 4:34. All right, let's go. Okay. I want you guys to screenshot these for the sake of time. I'm going to just show you kind of how to utilize these because we're going to jump into a little bit of subject verb agreement and then modifiers. So basically in general, okay, number one is the basic rule. You know about this. It's just something that sometimes I don't want you to handle your grammar intuitively. Now, what I mean by that is I don't want you to say, I don't know, Tim, that one sounded good. Like a lot of these are going to sound good, especially in that module 2. They're not going to just have layups for you, right? So we need to kind of have some strategies. So real simple, right? That example is like painfully simple, right? The cat runs, the cats run. Okay, singular nouns, right? Singular nouns get singular verbs, which means there's an S at the end of them. Okay, now one of the ways that they're going to make it difficult is they are going to make the sentences more complex, which means they're going to put extra words like prepositional phrases in between the subject and the verb. So basket is the noun here, verb is the was is the verb, and they kind of break it up with apples. Again, these are simple so that you can see them in action. Okay. One thing that you want to do then is kind of get rid of the extras. So the team, get rid of this despite the odds, the team wins or win the game. Wins. Okay. One team wins. Okay. So let's look at these right here. So now you're going to see this. You're going to see conforms of conventions of standard English. Now, let's read it so that I can teach you, and then I'm going to teach you a quick tip too. So like you can answer this question in 3 seconds, by the way. If you does anyone know why you can answer this in 3 seconds? Okay, let me tell you. There's only one singular option. I said before, all 3, right? If 3 of a kind are there, the one that's different is the answer. Were, are, and were are all plural verbs. There's no chance all of them, you know what I mean? So you have a singular verb is. I didn't even read the passage. I got that right. Okay. So let's look at this, right? But now I'm going to teach you about subject verb agreement because I don't want to like skim here. So professional American basketball player Tim Rose invented one of the world's most popular toys. In the 1970s, he devised the blueprint for the Nerf football, which blank of the harder and heavier regulation of football. So we're looking for is, right? He devised the blueprint of the Nerf football. So we're looking for a word that rhymes with Nerf. The is singular, D is singular. The answer is. Okay. All right. Can anyone? Do we have any? Do we have any volunteers? Any volunteers? All right. I'm in the zone. I'll go with you guys, and I'm going to call on. I think Akil's going to answer for us. He's psyched. Ready, Akil?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. In the 1980s, Rob Palumbo, a prominent kinesiologist, emerged as an insightful voice in America's growing physical fitness movement. His dedicated fast twitch muscle fiber survey of athletes in Los Angeles, an urban sports capital on the Pacific Coast that is home to nearly 1,000 professional athletes from local schools, many of which are underfunded. Blank, instrumental in the government's legislature to fund public school athletic facilities. So, Akil, what's the answer there? And can you walk us through it?
Is it D?
It is. What is the verb? So we're talking about subject verb agreement. Was is the verb. What's the subject here?
The survey.
Good. Right. Now, if you went back to these rules, kids, right, it said there's going to be extra words between the subject and the verb, right? Right here. Okay. So if you look at this, we have survey, and then we have the verb is here. Look at all these extra words. Okay. Now, what's a lot easier, by the way, is what I was just saying before. Plural, 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 singular. Okay. So D is the answer. All right. What do we got here? I want to jump to modifiers because I want to make sure that we address this because we're kind of running out of time. and I think you get the subject verb. So let's jump over this. So a modifier is different than a independent clause, right? A modifier describes or clarifies a concept. Okay, you'll see there's a list there. I'm not going to read them all. You guys can follow along with that. There's two types of errors that happen with modifiers. One is the dangling modifier, and it basically modifies a word that's not even in the sentence. The other is a misplaced modifier, which it's awkward, right? It doesn't seem to make sense. So I have some examples right here. Okay, so the top one is correct. Right, the modifier is here, running from place to place. Okay, that's the mod. Kara cleaned the apartment quickly. So who is running from place to place? Kara. Great. So the subject is very close to the modifier. There's no extra. We know exactly what's going on. What you'll see on the SAT is something like this. It'll say running from place to place, there's the modifier. The pillows were neatly organized. Now, in the context of a large passage, you might be like, oh, yeah, well, it makes sense. I guess someone was running around, right? We start to speculate. Running from place to place, the pillows are neatly organized. Okay. But that's the pillows were not running from place to place, right? That's kind of weird. Okay. So that's not what we want our modifiers to do. Okay. Then we go here, running from place to place. The pillows were organized by Kara as she cleaned the apartment. Now, this one down here, I'll call this choice 3, is correct. It's not correct, right? But it's not, we still see it. We see the pillows were organized by Kara. But the problem with this is that this is in the passive voice. What does that mean? It means the subject, Kara, right, should be over here doing the action instead of receiving it, being passive. The SAT will always award active voice. Okay, so you want the subject doing the work equals doing. Okay, so if you said running from place to place, Kara organized the pillows as she cleaned the apartment, that would be correct. Okay, so why don't I give you guys which one of these, Ben S, which one of these is correct? Everybody take a moment, read through these, tell me which one makes the most sense. Ben S is going to tell us which one he thinks as soon as he can. Is that all right, Ben?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I know it's not the first one because the test didn't study all night.
Nice job.
It could be the second one because John relates to studying all night. But the third one looks passive. So I think it would be B or the second one.
Yeah, it's this one. This one is correct. This one, John's passing of the test was not a surprise to anyone. It's too wordy, right? Like the SAT, back in the day, there was like these long passages, right? And you guys don't have that. You have the shorter passages now with the digital SAT. But they would always spend a lot of time valuing concise writing. Concise means you have more meaning and less language. Okay, so concise is good, wordy is bad or redundant, right? Okay. Mason C, can you try this one and tell us which one is correct?
Sure.
Thank you, my friend.
Just give me a sec to read it.
Take your time. Everybody's going to do the same thing at home while you guys just check your knowledge and see if you agree with Mason as he comes up with it.
Okay, so I think it would be the third one, D, because number one, it's the like it kind of sounds like the message would be conveying the information instead of Rick. It's on their voter. For number two, it sounds a little passive to me. But number three, it sounds like, Rick is actively communicating the messages.
Yeah, and Mason, the other thing is, right, the other team's coach, by yelling loudly, heard the question. That doesn't really make sense, right? Like he would be listening intently, but the way this sentence is written, B, doesn't make sense, right? The SAT values meaning and clarity when you're on these writing questions. So nice job. Nice job with that one. All right, now we're going to look at a few that actually look like the SAT a little bit. This is a modified question from, I kind of tweaked it a little bit. So Niha, would you be willing to answer this one? Give us a shot on this one.
I can try.
You want me to read it and you come up with the answer?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, all right. So everybody do this one at home. I'm going to kind of get you through it. It says, referred to as Earth's living shield, biocrusts are slices of soil adhered together by surface-dwelling microorganisms such as fungi, lichens, and cyanobacteria. Fortifying soil in arid ecosystems against erosion, Which choice completes the text so that it conforms to the conventions of standard English? So, Niha, we need something that's going to fortify soil.
I think it's C, like please press reduce global dust emission.
Yep, perfect. Because real quick, kids, like I don't want you to rush, but I want you to see where you can always like pick up time, right? So if I look at this one, fortifying soil, I ask myself, well, what fortifies soil? A study can't fortify soil. A percent can't fortify soil, and a study again. The only answer that makes any sense is C. The conventions of standard English suggest that whatever this modifies should be really close here, like really not close, but like you want the subject close to the modifier. Nice job, Niha. Thank you so much. Okay. Ooh, this one's a little bit hard to read there. Give me a sec. I'll back that one up. There we go. Okay, that should be a little bit more legible. Okay. Kim, can you give this one a shot?
Sure.
Why don't I give you a few seconds and you tell us when you're ready? Everybody at home, read this one yourselves, and we'll come up with it. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Kim. So Kim, if I'm approaching this one, I need to ask myself which one of these describes a great. Oh, which one of these describes a great achievement?
Is it C?
Yeah, it is. Because a great achievement is a noun. So is Julian's synthesis, right? Julian synthesized is a past tense verb. The alkaloid FistOG was synthesized by Julian. That's passive. So that's not it. Okay, the answer is C. Awesome job. Nice job, Kim. Okay. Okay, so we're about to segue to our last section. So really just key points about the modifiers. Active voice is clearer, more concise. Always, always, that is what the SAT wants. All right, nouns should be close to the modifier. All right, I'll put a period there. Okay, so you guys got that one. Last section, we're down the stretch. Okay, so craft and structure. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of vocabulary and a little bit of structure. We'll probably do about, I don't know, 7 minutes each. I'll go pretty quickly through these. Screenshot this, and then we're just gonna demonstrate it in the class. Vocabulary, hopefully you know the words, but if you don't, here's some things to look for. Demonstrative pronouns, like number 1, this, that, these, and those. Those are gonna usually point you towards a synonym that you might be looking for. Transitions, right? Transitions are huge on the SAT, not just for transition questions, but for the reflection of points of view and meaning in the vocabulary. Okay. Like I said, if you're taking the test in a week, maybe the Greek and Latin roots isn't the route that you want to go down. But if you know that you're taking it in March, right, or you're pretty good with most Greek and Latin roots, you might want to brush up on that in the next week. That gives you a nice wide base of vocabulary to draw from. Okay, so let's look at these. So when we approach these, always know that the idea that's going to give you a hint here is repeated. Okay, so I want to look for something that's going to match up with these words. Okay, so let's look for it. It says Dr. Reyes's blank insights into the data allowed her to quickly identify patterns that other researchers had missed as they explored the lithosphere. This keen aspect of her nature helped her team to make significant progress in their analysis of the complex results. So which choice works? So by the way, these are usually the first questions on the modules, although I'm sure most of you know that by now. We want it to be logical and we want it to be precise, right? Precise means we hit the bullseye on the target. Logical means it makes sense in terms of tone and understanding. So I see the word this, which I just told you guys was a key word. So it's a demonstrative pronoun and it points to keen. Keen means sharp, okay? So if I look over here, Now, vague and ambiguous, look at those. Those are basically synonyms. So I'm going to cross them out because the vocabulary is not going to like test us on that. So they're both wrong. Okay. This points me towards keen. Okay. And then we also know that whatever this word is, subdued or acute, is going to modify insights. So subdued insights wouldn't help her quickly identify patterns. And keen means sharp, acute means sharp. The answer is B. Okay. Now that one was pretty straightforward. Let's go to here, where we might. I'm trying to give you guys some tough ones here. Okay, let's do this one. This one's kind of tough. So, Michelangelo. Actually, anyone want to do it? Annabelle, how do you feel about this one?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So, Annabelle, I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to read it. I might make some like comments to you, and I'm going to let you answer it. But this way, I'm kind of setting you up. I'm not just letting you like flail out there in front of everybody, right? So, Michelangelo, renowned for his contributions to the Renaissance, often remarked on the eternal struggle between form and substance. Indeed. Now, indeed means that we're going to see an emphasis of the idea over here, because remember, transitions are super important. So, indeed, he blanked that every block of stone contains a statue, and it was the sculptor's task to reveal it. This conviction guided his meticulous approach to sculpture. So whatever word here is has to kind of demonstrate this. And I also notice that this is here and it's pointing me towards conviction. So conviction is a synonym for whatever the word is.
Believed.
Perfect. Nice. Now, prophecy is close, but it doesn't really work with the overall like substance of the passage, right? And believed is an absolute synonym for conviction. Okay, nice job. Let's do this one. Jaden M, you want to give this one a shot? There he is. What's up, Jaden? How are you today? All right, Jaden, I'm going to read it, and then let's see. Jaden, are you muted? No, you're okay. There you go. Okay, let me read it for you, and then you tell us what it is. The CEO's blank approach to leadership was characterized by open communication and inclusivity. Consequently, it improved the morale, so it's positive, and productivity, setting a new standard in the corporate world. So I see a lot of positive words. Okay, which one do you think works for us there, Jaden? And I can walk you through them if you need help. I can't hear you, my friend. Are you muted?
Can you hear me?
There you go. There he is. Yeah, now I can.
Is it C, transparent?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what autocratic and draconian mean?
No.
Okay. So transparent, you probably felt because of communication, inclusivity, and open, right? Autocratic, I mean, is autocracy. So that's like one person ruling or one entity ruling. Okay. Auto means self, right? So ruling there. Draconian is kind of harsh and inhumane. Enigmatic is mysterious. Now, kids, again, like I'm doing this as as you're doing SAT prep or English prep or any prep at all, you see words that like you don't know, learn them now. Make sure you know them. Get them down. So that's why I'm asking you about like the words. If you're like, it's great, like Jaden, nice job, you got the answer right. But you always want to ask yourself, well, what if that option wasn't there? It wasn't so straightforward. Could I've handled it based on my understanding of like draconian and autocratic? So we want to be on top of our game there. Listen, get yourself a list that looks kind of like this, right? So, right, I'm not gonna go into this very, very much, but right, so you're gonna have word parts, meanings, and examples, okay? Because these kind of things can help us understand vocabulary and handle situations like this. For example, I'll do this one as an example of what I mean. So, it says, as the rest of the team celebrated their successful project, Eleanor seemed strangely quiet and detached. So she's quiet, she's detached. Her colleagues were thrilled, but she showed no sign of excitement. She didn't join the cheers. She didn't seem particularly pleased. Okay. So she's obviously has like no emotion there, right? Now I know that A as a prefix means none. I also know, none. I know that pathy, right, is kind of like pathos, which means pity or emotion. Right? So no emotion, apathy is the answer. Okay, sagaciousness is wisdom, solemnity is seriousness, provocation is antagonizing someone. Okay, and I bring that up because all of these words were specifically chosen because they have prefixes or roots that are Greek or Latin. Okay, I'm going to kind of, in the interest of time, jump to our last type, which is function and purpose. Function and purpose questions are very much like central idea, except for central idea is like what they're talking about, and function and purpose is kind of like they answer the question why. Why is somebody writing this? It takes almost a drone's eye view, right? It tells you what's going on in the passage in terms of structure, and then it asks you what the author is trying to convey. So what I'm going to do is I would definitely give you like these screenshots right here. These are not, like a summative list of every academic task, but this is what I mean. This would help you with the rhetoric as well, where you need to know what these things mean. Because if you get a question like this, okay, you'll notice, and don't read the passage, just look at the answers right now. You have portrays, presents, offers, and explains. You have 4 different tasks. And those are all pretty similar, but you might find questions where they're not so similar. And you have to think about it. I think about it like column A and column B. Column A is the academic task, and column B is why. Why are they doing the thing? So you need both of these columns to match up with the answers, the academic task and the purpose for the actual task. Okay, so let me give you an easy one, and then I'll maybe call on you guys for like the last 2, and then we'll kind of start to wrapping it up a little bit. But so this is the following text is from Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, 1899 novel. It says the sea reach of the Thames stretched out before us like the beginning of an interminable waterway. In the offing, the sea and the sky were welded together without a joint, and in the luminous space, the tan sails of the barges, drifting up with the tide, seemed to stand still in red clusters of canvas sharply peaked with gleams of varnished spirits. So a sea reach, waterway, offing. Okay. So which choice describes the overall structure? So at home, you want to be answering. I'm going to work you through my reasoning. A, it describes the setting and creates a mood of vastness. Now that sounds pretty good because we're talking about the river, right, which is where, okay? It definitely does have a mood of vastness because it talks about luminous space and interminable waterway, right? So that's like a glowing, luminous is glowing space, interminable is unending waterway. So I definitely get a feeling of vastness. I'm pretty sure it's A, okay? Does it describe it? Yes. Does it create a mood of vastness? Yes. So my column A is correct. My column B is correct. Okay, do you guys understand what I mean by that, the A and the B? B, contrast different elements of the landscape. It doesn't really show how they're different. It mentions different elements, but it doesn't show like how they're different. It shows how they all kind of combine into one overall production. There is no conflict at all, and it recounts a character's emotions. I don't really see that either. Okay. Now, why don't we do this one? RC, you think you can do this one? RC Shah?
Yeah.
Wait, did you?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Why don't you give this one a shot for us?
Okay.
Everybody read to yourselves right now, and then Archie's going to walk us through it. If you have questions, I'm here.
Okay.
What do you think, my friend?
I think it's A.
Yeah. Were any of the other options tempting? It was pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like C is probably the next best one, right? Because it talks about the character's environment. But again, it doesn't really contrast them, right? It mentions them, it describes them. But, because if we have setting, then we have environment. A checks all the boxes. Thank you. Nice job, Archie. All right, so we'll do like 2 more, and then I'll probably turn it over towards my like wrap up. Akshita, anyone want to? Actually, I was gonna call on Akshita, but I don't know you. Would you like to try a hard one?
Sure, I can try.
Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So kids, again, so you're always mindful of the academic task and the why. Okay. And remember, half right is all wrong. Okay. So it says using NASA's powerful James Webb Space Telescope, Mercedes Lopez and colleagues measured the wavelengths of light traveling through the atmosphere of WASP 39b, an exoplanet or planet outside of our solar system. Different molecules absorb different wavelengths of light, and the wavelength measurements showed the presence of carbon dioxide in the WASP's atmosphere. This finding not only offers the first decisive evidence of CO2 in the atmosphere, but also illustrates the potential for future scientific breakthroughs held by the James Webb. Which choice best describes the overall structure of the text? So I noticed this finding. Okay, there's a little description, a finding, and then it illustrates the potential for future breakthroughs. So what do you think that answer might be?
Okay, so
And I can help you if you're like down to two. I'll work with you.
okay, give me 1 second.
Everybody at home, figure it out yourselves. Okay.
So I want to say it's B.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Were any of the others like tempting?
I was initially considering C, but then B seemed a little it made more sense.
Yeah, I feel like I mean it does talk maybe a little bit about I mean it talks about using the scope, but it doesn't really present a hypothesis. Like that's what when I noticed that one, I thought, I don't really think that one works for me. Um Anyone else? Okay. All right. Last one. Last one. This is a tough one, but is I wanted to show you a different type, right? So this is going to give you like a part of a whole, right? So it has a little underlined portion here. So it gives you all this context just to ask about what does this underlined sentence do? Now, like I had said to you guys with I think it was command of evidence, don't okay. Don't like make sure don't make sure that hold on a second. Okay. Sorry. Make sure that you read I would read the text. I mean, if you're pressed for time, it's different, but like you're probably gonna lose time if you just like read this part and then you have to reread it over and over again. So I really think that you should be doing the whole thing. You know, that's definitely my kind of a take on that. Um, I'm gonna read this one actually, and then I'm gonna ask, hey Maggie G, you want to give it a shot or no? I know you're kind of new to the group. Welcome.
Yeah, sure, I can try.
All right, you want me to read it or do you want to just do it yourself? You tell me.
Could you read it?
Yeah, absolutely. You got it. All right, nice job. The following text is from Yeah, we're in our Conrad mode here. The following text is from Joseph Conrad's 1907 novel, The True Agent. Mr. Kent is navigating the London streets on his way to a meeting. Before reaching Knightsbridge, Mr. Kent took a turn to the left of the busy main thoroughfare, uproarious with the traffic of swaying omnibuses and trotting vans, and the almost silent, swift flow of hansoms, horse-drawn carriages. Under his hat, worn with a slight backward tilt, his hair had been carefully brushed into respectful sleekness, for his business was with the embassy. And Mr. Kent, steady like a soft kind of rock, marched now alongside a street which could with every propriety be described as private. Which choice describes the function of the underlined phrase in the text as a whole? Okay, so one thing I want to say to you, Maggie, and for anyone else who's following along, there's a lot of this is a pretty complicated language, right? So uproarious, thoroughfare, hansoms, omnibuses. Please don't do your best to not get caught up with going like, well, what is that exactly? Or I think that means this. Keep in mind that's all context, right? The bottom line is that it's allowed, you know, there's a lot going on in the street that he was leaving, right? It's a busy thoroughfare. That's it. Now we want to focus on this part here. So Maggie, why don't you kind of give it a shot? And if you need help, just ask me. Tell me if, hey, Tim, it's between A and B. Like if you need me to walk you through it, I will.
I feel like it could be C, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So it contrasts Mr. Kent with his surroundings. So, like, what do you find interesting about that? So he's soft. So if we have soft, you're saying what? What is it saying about his surroundings?
That they're pretty rigid. They're not. It's like the opposite of soft.
Okay. And where do you see that?
To me, when it says busy main thoroughfare, that kind of means like there's like a lot going on. It's kind of rigid.
Okay. So it's like negative, right? Like, or it's kind of intimidating, a busy main thoroughfare. But this is sort of what I mean when I say I don't want you to speculate in some ways, where it's like we can make this jump from, oh my gosh, it's a busy street, so it's kind of like hard, which is the opposite of soft. Like I understand your reasoning, but I want you to like kind of take note of that because like there's a better, more direct answer. Um, Maggie, do you know what it means in A when it says it qualifies a description?
Does that mean it kind of like reinforces it?
It actually means the opposite. To qualify an assertion or to qualify a description means you're like you're softening it. You're saying so for me, like I'm from New York, right? If I said the Yankees are the best team in baseball, not so much. The Yankees are a great team, usually, right? Usually qualifies that statement. It makes it milder. Okay. So A says Mr. Kent was steady like a rock, right? That's a strong statement. But then it like it weakens it. It says a soft kind of rock. So the answer is A for this one. And and Maggie, I don't think you were alone. One of the reasons I had this question is because I want to draw everybody's attention to this verb qualifies. We don't use that word often. If you're prepping for like AP language, maybe you're using it on preparation for that because I used to do qualifying assertions there. But if you're not doing that, most of us don't talk about qualifying in that capacity. So to qualify something, which you see from this, and this is directly taken from those options are taken from a College Board question. Qualifies is a verb you need to know. It means to soften your original statement. Okay? So that makes sense, everybody? I hope you got that one. I wanted to make sure I brought that to you. Maggie, you're a great sport with that one. It's a tough one because you got a whole lot of difficult language and you have some academic language here that's really kind of esoteric, kind of rare, right? You did a nice job. Thank you, Maggie. I'm going to finish up with two more and then I'll wrap it up. I'll hand it over to Jared. So actually, we'll do one more. Who we got? Hey, Grace C. Why don't you jump in and finish this one up for us? Do you want me to read it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me read this, and then Grace is going to just get us the right answer. Then I'm going to wrap it up for you guys. It says space researchers Annalisa Pohl, Stephen Eliardo, and Robert Furlat planted seeds of Calypsis thaliana in samples of lunar alluvium, the surface material of the moon, and serving as a control group in terrestrial soil. They discovered that while all the seeds germinated, the roots of the alluvium-grown plants were stunted when compared with those in the control group. Moreover, unlike the plants in the control group, the regolith-grown plants exhibited red pigmentation, reduced leaf size, and inhibited growth rates, indicators of stress that were corroborated by post-harvest molecular analysis. Nice light language there for you, Grace.
Is it D?
It is D. Nice job. Tell us why, Grace. Nice job. This one's a beast, this question.
I just thought that because in the last sentence mostly it just describes like the findings of like what happened with the plants in the alluvium, whatever it is, soil.
Mhm.
So it doesn't really like all the other answers, like it doesn't really like it doesn't really address an unresolved question. It didn't talk about that. It talked about the terrestrial one, but it didn't like compare the two, so it can't be B. And it doesn't really talk about how it's unattainable to
Yeah.
grow stuff on. So it can't be C either.
You did a great job. Nice job. And that's how you explain the wrong ones also with that stuff. So really nice job, Grace. So, all right. So listen, we breezed through all four major components of the English reading and writing section. Okay. I wanted to kind of leave you with these little like hack/tips, right? So these are kind of like boiling down the ideas. One, transition and grammar rules. You got to memorize them, know them, learn them, reach out to us. We'll work with you, look them up, whatever you got to do, but know them. Know your boundaries, know your modifiers, know your comma placement. Any reading question, half right is all wrong. Like I had said to, I believe Maya and I were talking about this. Semicolons equal periods, right? If you see them together, they're both wrong. Number 4, know the comma placement. Name, comma, job versus job, name. 5, any 3 of a kind. If you see it in grammar, if you see it in literature, 3 of a kind, the 4th one's going to be right. Literal details are wrong on central idea, right? So you want one big idea that's repeated. You don't want one specific word for word citation. Fiction and poetry prompts require symbolic answers. Remember that lady's satchel with the secrets, right? That wasn't really about a bag. That was about her being trustworthy. 8, don't speculate on information and ideas. Okay. Don't reach for things that aren't there. 9, long convention answers are always modifiers, right? So if you see them asking about standard English modifiers, you look for subject placement, active voice, conciseness. Make sure whatever is modified is close to the subject. Know your Greek and Latin roots, and please don't waste your bandwidth on pronunciation. If you don't know the genus and species of a term, don't read it. Give it a initial. If you don't know somebody's last name or the country that they're from, don't stress about it. Call it S. Call it A. You don't want to break up your fluency. Okay, so really, you guys need us. I would be happy to talk with you further. I think Jared, I believe, is going to be coming on in a moment, and that's kind of it. All right. Are there any questions? Yes. All right. So listen. So I want to go over a few things until Jared pops in. Any questions about these? No, right? Good. Armand, you need me to clean up anything?
Good.
You good? Okay. All right. I got one little, we're going to do a little bonus question. I'm going to call on Ethan. You think you can handle this one or no?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So Ethan's going to go through this one while we wait for Jared, and then we're going to, and on a strong note, this is a tough one. A lot of weird kind of like dated information. So you're up, Ethan, then we're all done.
I think it's A.
So A is kind of like interesting, right? But where is the part where you think that they are embarrassed?
In the first sentence where it says, as he thought, an absurd ribbon in his lapel, and full of smart banter whisking about to the admiration as many, that whole sentence.
Okay. Right. So so it is a little bit. So he observed there's a certain, as he thought, so an absurd ribbon, but he observes at a party this kind of like foolish fellow, right? Coxcomical is foolish, okay? But think about this, Ethan. It says the main purpose of the entire text. So I don't think that the embarrassment is about the behavior for the whole passage. It's a little bit too like specific for the main purpose of the entire text, right? What is the purpose of this story? What is it to like share with us? It's down here, right? So we find out that this Humphrey Davy is a famous person. It says, when he was somewhat ill prepared for the good sense of the jackanapes is a foolish person, but was altogether thrown aback upon subsequently being informed it was no less than Sir Humphrey Davy. So he thinks this guy's a bozo,
and he finds out that it's like a big major player of the time. So
Okay.
you want to
I think
revise
it's
your
D then.
the answer I had was B. The answer was B. So like what, so Ethan, let me ask something. So I understand like here he doesn't really like him initially. But what happened when you got down here? Why did you think like hold on, let me show you here. It says great was the savant's disdain, but chancing ere long to find himself in a corner, gets into a conversation with him, and he's somewhat ill-prepared. So he's surprised for the good sense. He thinks the guy is kind of a joke, and then finds out that he actually has a lot to say that's positive. So that's the part where it shows the misunderstanding. He does dislike him for some of the passage, so you were right to think about that, but that dislike is not sustained for the whole passage. So it's
Okay.
part of the idea that there's a misunderstanding, and that's why B is the best answer. And that one's a brutal,
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, that was a brutally hard one. So so like I hope you're not like, oh man, but that one's got a lot of language we don't know, and I'm glad that it makes sense there. So Jared, my friend, are you with us?
Of course I am, my friend.
All right, I'm going to hand it off to Jared. You guys have been awesome. I appreciate so many of you being so positive when I called on you out of nowhere. I appreciate you kind of walking through some questions that were a little uncomfortable. That's part of the learning process. Nice job. So I want to thank you all, and I'm going to hand you off to Jared.
Guys, I just wanted to say this has been an outstanding first day of the boot camp. Those of you guys who stayed around, I'm sure that you got, did we enjoy ourselves, guys? If you guys enjoyed yourself, I want you guys to go ahead and tell me in the chat, what was your favorite thing? Or maybe one of you guys can tell me what you guys enjoyed about the session the most today. Anybody? All right, I can see people typing. Listening to Jared talking, man. Kai, get out of here, bro.
Thanks, Kai.
But this whole thing, pushing yourself out of, putting yourself in a position to be uncomfortable, putting yourself in a position where it's like, hey, listen, like I have to make this work right now. Hey, that's all part of the learning process. There's two things that we say here. It's, hey, never afraid to make mistakes when you're in a session here. But most importantly, if you're not making mistakes, then you're honestly not working hard enough. Okay. My best students, Tim's best students, Jana's best students who we'll meet tomorrow, they all fell flat on their face the first 1 or 2 weeks that we're here. And that's because we got to make sure that we're in a position to actually build up from that. Okay. So guys, raise your hand. Who's coming tomorrow for math? Anyone here? Who's coming tomorrow for math? Perfect. Awesome, guys. Well, family, remember, guys, this 2-day boot camp, it's not going to be the silver bullet that's going to magically get you that 1500 score. This is the foundation. Okay. This is the foundation. This is the framework that you guys really need to succeed. Raise your hand here. Do you feel like if you had more of this, it would help you increase your score? Who thinks that if they had more of stuff like this, it would help you increase your score? Awesome. That's great, guys. Well, if you are already one of my students, and I know there's a handful of you guys here, you guys know that these are what we learn and what we practice in every single class. This is just a taste of what we work on. Okay. So if you guys want to be part of the Geometry Gurus family after this boot camp so that you can help raise your score so that you can go to whatever college you want, just have your parents reach out to us. Okay. We're more than happy to help write you a roadmap to actually get you there. Okay. But for now, we're going to take things one day at a time. Tomorrow, for those of you guys who are going to be there tomorrow, I have a special offer and a special treat for the students who actually stay around for the entire session tomorrow, guys. Okay. So I just want to say, hey, today was a great first day. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys all again tomorrow, and let's go out there and let's have a great day in math. Okay, guys? So one more time, family, great to see you guys. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you guys in tomorrow's day 2 of SAT Bootcamp. All right? Take care, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Same time, same link. Same time, same link, family.
Take care, everybody.
Right.
Be well.
Guys, I think that's enough for everyone to get started. Right now, we got 65 of you guys ready to rock and roll for the day 2 of the SAT Bootcamp. So if you guys missed day 1 in the SAT Bootcamp, you guys missed something super, super important, right? You guys missed English. However, today we're going to be focusing on math. and we're super excited to bring this one to you because, you know, as you all know, the digital SAT, right, is a lot different from the paper SAT in terms of the math. So what I'm looking forward to doing is walking you through all the strategies and everything you need to know for this digital SAT. As a reminder, this reading is not going to be sent out to you guys. So if you want the most out of this meeting, you guys do need to stay. The only exception are my current students. Only my current students will get access to this recording. So, you know, if you guys are currently with Geometry Gurus, then, you know, you're going to be getting this, all right. Guys, I want to introduce you to my partner, Jaina. Jaina has helped dozens of my students reach that 750 and above mark for the digital SAT. If you guys remember Sanvi, who you know, the guys who are with Sanvi Kagiri, Sanvi just recently, you know, went from the low 600 to a high 700s in the SAT math section. So, you know, shout out to Sanvi right now. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today. But guys, for those of you guys who stay all the way today, we have a special gift for everyone who's going to be staying throughout this entire thing. Okay, but you must be here, you must have your cameras on, and you must have your full name on the you must have your full name displayed on Zoom so that we can make sure we know who exactly you are. So when we're sending things out, we know who exactly to send it to. Okay. All right. If everyone's excited, put it one down in chat. Let's give Jaina a nice warm welcome. Jaina, I'm gonna go ahead and give it off to you. But yeah, guys, let's get day 2 started. All right. Super excited for you guys. Happy Thursday, happy Sunday. And Jaina, go ahead and you know, take it away, my friend.
All right. Hey guys, my name is Jenna. And, you know, I'm from the Bay Area in California, and I've been teaching for over 14 years. And so I'm just going over the things that I find every time, you know, I have students who forget important rules that they should have learned that show up time and time again in the SAT. So I'm just going to get right on and share my screen, and we'll just start from there. How about that? So while I'm teaching you guys, I will be calling on, you know, random kids, and you know, you should be ready to go, kind of help me understand if you understand the problem, and as we keep going, you'll have little drills like this, and I'll be asking you guys to put your answers in the chat box and just things like that, okay? So we're just gonna get started. The first thing that we're gonna go over is all the information you need for parallel lines. And so we're just going to start off with some basic geometry rules. What is a line? What is a segment? What's a ray? And what are the differences, and why do you need to know the differences between each? So we're going to first go over what a line is. A line has an arrow on both sides. So you guys see these arrows right here? When you see them on the SAT, they'll be written like this. And sometimes they're just written with, like PQ, for example, it's just written with a line like that. And so I wouldn't confuse them too much. They will tell you that it's a line. Let's move on to a segment. A segment has a endpoint at the end of both of these lines, and a ray only has an arrow on one of the sides. Does anyone have questions at all? If you have any questions, put them in the chat box so that I can, you know, go ahead and clear that up for you. But those are 3 key differences that we're just starting with, and then we're going into theorems that you should have learned back in geometry, and maybe you did learn them, or maybe you skipped geometry. There's a lot of different situations that I come across. If you skip geometry or did like an accelerated course, or you just don't remember, you need to know the segment addition postulate. And the segment addition postulate basically tells us that if we have a segment that looks like this, and there are 2 parts, this part plus this part is the whole entire segment. And so if you keep that in mind, problems like what I'm going to give you guys to try next is going to come up. Another thing you guys need to know is the definition of a midpoint. Can somebody tell me Nathan? Nathan Yelin, am I saying your name right?
Yes.
Okay, could you
Yes.
tell me what do you know about a midpoint? If you know that there's a midpoint, what can you determine?
That means that both sides would be equal length.
Yeah,
So the
yeah.
left and the right side, right?
Yeah, so if you know there's a midpoint, that midpoint cuts that line in half. Very good. Thank you so much. And then let's go over what a segment bisector is. Does anyone know what a bisector means?
It divides the segment into half.
Great. Thank you so much. What's your name, by the way?
Haley.
Haley, nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Yes, you're correct. So a bisector cuts a segment in half, and that's literally what it means. And it's another word for midpoint. You'll see both words thrown around. Let's go over this example. It says points A, B, M, and C lie on the line shown as below. Point M is the midpoint of AC. So if they tell us that point M is the midpoint, and it's asking, so the first question is, which ray is opposite to ray BC? Do you guys know what opposite rays are? Let me go ahead and call on somebody. Ivan, do you want to answer this question? What's an opposite ray? Okay, maybe I'll ask somebody else. Let's see. Advik, do you want to answer this question? What's an opposite ray?
Is it two rays that go in the opposite directions?
Right, and what do we need the rays to have in common for them to be opposite?
The same starting point?
The same starting part. Okay, good. So if I'm looking for which ray is opposite to ray BC, what would I write?
BA.
BA, good job. Yeah, a lot of people think it'd be CB, but that's not true. It just needs the same starting point. So you're right. Okay, so we would write BA, perfect. And I write my rays like that. Part B says if BM is 6, and so what I always do, guys, is I always label everything. If I'm doing this on the test or off the test, whatever it is, I like to label exactly what I'm looking at. So if BM is 6, I want to write that down. AB is 2/3 of MC. So this is 2/3 of the whole entire line. What is the length of AM? And so, Akash, I'm gonna ask you, are you there?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, how would I do this problem?
So what you do is, honestly, how would you? It's like,
Well, I can show you if you don't know, but just try your
can I try first and then, yeah. So I would say that since BM equals 6 and that's the midpoint, M to C equals 2/3 MC, 2/3 MC plus 6. So that means 6 must be the extra third, the missing third in the 2/3.
Mm-hmm.
So if you add that all, if 6 is a third of 2/3, then it must be 18 in total, which means 2/3 is 12. So AM must be 18.
Okay. So, yes, are you able to actually, curious, are you able to write on my screen?
Yes, like that.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. I was just curious about that. You don't have to write, but yeah, good job. That's perfect. Let's move on, guys. Any questions on what I went over on this page? Because now you guys are going to have some questions, like a little drill that I go over, and then I'll go over all the answers right after the drill is done too.
I didn't understand that.
You didn't understand part B?
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. Let's go over it from scratch. And I actually I wanted to go over it in detail anyways. And so they already told us in the beginning that point M is the midpoint of AC. So that means that this is equal to this. Okay, so that means that if AB is 2/3 of MC, I'm going to probably come back to that information, but I do know that this is 6 right here. I'm gonna do that in a different color actually. So if that's 6 right here, then that means that this is 2/3 of MC, and so we would have 2/3 MC plus 6 is equal to that entire length. And so what
6 is 1/3. So it's 12. 12 plus 6 is 18.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what I was getting to. What were you trying to say?
No, I got it.
You got it. Okay, sorry. I thought you were telling me that I wrote something wrong, and I was like, I don't know. All right, so let's move on to the drill now. We are going to do 4 problems right here. Can you guys see this okay if I zoom out like this? Everyone can see it okay? I'm going to give you guys like 5 minutes to go over this, and then I'm going to go over every single question. So go ahead and put your answers in the chat box when you're done, but I'm going to be timing you guys for 5 minutes. So at the 20 mark, we're going to stop, and then we're going to go over all the answers.
Hey, Jana, can you zoom in just a little bit?
Yes.
That's perfect.
How much time do we have left?
You have 3 minutes left.
It's all right if you don't finish on time, guys. It's part of the process.
Yep.
And most importantly, don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Okay, 1 minute warning. I love all the answers coming in. Great job. Okay, guys. So, you all did a great job. It looks like most of you guys finished all 4 problems in 5 minutes, which is awesome. I'm just gonna go over the answers real quick, and then you guys can collectively ask me to go over whichever one was the hardest for you, okay? And so, the first one was D. Second one was C. Third one was B. And then the last one was D. Danae, do you mind explaining number 1 for us?
So on number 1, you have to do to find PR, you have to find x plus 3 plus 2x. Well, so x plus 3 is equal to 2x minus 1. So when you have that, you can find x by doing, so it'd be x is equal to 4,
Okay, you got x is 4, and then you plugged it back in?
and then you plug it back in, and then you'll get 14.
Okay, great. Good job. Thank you so much for that. Is there any of these that you guys all, oh yes, Neha, yes, let's do number 2. Okay, so number 2 says on the segment PS above, I'll just zoom in real quick. Okay, so on the segment PS above, PR is 12. So this whole thing is 12. QS is 16. So this is 16. QR is 1/3 of PS. So this little part right here, this is going to be 1/3 of the entire line because the entire line is PS. What is the length of the entire line? So we are going to be using that information to kind of figure out what we're missing. What we could do is we can subtract 16 minus 12 to figure out what that little highlighted part is. So I'm going to do that 16 minus 12, that's going to be 4. So actually, when we say that QR is 1/3 of PS, if we already know that QR is 4, we can plug that into that equation. So 4 is equal to 1/3 of PS. And then we just solve for PS. So then we're just going to multiply that 3 over to the other side. And we get PS is equal to 12. Okay. And then the length of PS, so well, we just got this part right here. And then what is this left over? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm writing this wrong. So we got that that part is 12. And then what would this part be? And then you just add it all up together. That would be 9, right? Okay.
Wait, I get that.
Wait, so
You
if
guys
we
gonna start over?
sorry, if we just found PS and you said that's 12, how did we get
21.
21?
Okay,
Most-
so sorry guys, I'm like a little nervous. Sorry about that. Let me just start over. So I'm gonna go over number 2. So what we do is we let PS equal to X, okay? Let me just go over it from the very beginning. PS is going to be X. So we'll just make this whole thing X. Okay. From there, we want to say QR is equal to 1/3 of PS. Okay, so I'm just gonna erase all this. We'll just start over. QR is equal to 1/3 of PS, and then we're just going to say that's X, right? So that's 1/3 of X. From there, we want to say PR is equal to PQ plus QR. Oops. PR is equal to PQ plus QR. Okay. From there, what else do we know? So we know that QR is 1/3 of X, and we know that PR is 12, so I'm going to plug that in. 12 is equal to PQ plus 1/3 of X. From there, we want to say, okay, like let's get PQ alone, right? We get PQ alone, and we would have PQ is equal to 12 minus 1/3 of X. From there, we have QS is equal to QR plus RS. So QS is equal to QR plus RS. And let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can still see the photo. So what I'm saying right now, and I'll do this in orange, is that QS, this whole thing right here, is equal to QR plus RS, and that goes back to the segment addition postulate. From there, we're going to plug in that QS is 16, okay? So this is 16. Whoops, I'm still in highlight mode. So this is 16. This is QR plus RS still. Do we know any of these? Like what's QR? We know what QR is.
4.
We know that QR is 4. And then we also know, well, for now, I just want to keep it as 1/3 of X because that's what we know from the problem. Let's not look back at what we did last time. So I want to keep it as 1/3 of X for now, and I'll put plus RS. And then from there, I'm going to get RS alone, and then I'm going to put it all into the same equation so that you guys can see how we get to 21. So I get RS alone. We do 16 minus 1/3 of X, okay? And then if we look at this equation, we have, so far we have PQ and we have RS, and we don't have QR just yet. So we're going to work on that next. We have the whole thing. So PS is going to be X. But anyways, we're going to do PS is equal to PQ plus QR plus RS. And we just fill in everything we know. So we know that we wanted to say PS was X. We know that PQ is going to be 12 minus 1/3 X. We know QR is 1/3 of X. And we have RS is 16 minus 1/3 of X. And so what I'm going to do is just cross off whatever I can. And so I can cross this off. This would then turn into 12 plus 16 minus 1/3 X. And then I have X is equal to 28 minus 1/3 X. I add that to the other side, and I end up getting what? Can somebody answer for me? Advik, you want to answer?
Uh,
All I want you to do so far is X plus 1/3 of X.
oh, 4/3 X.
4/3 X. Good. Okay. And then when we get x alone, we do x is equal to 28 times the reciprocal, which is 3/4. And what's that going to be?
21.
21, and that's how we get it. So that's like kind of the long-winded way of doing it, but yeah, that's how we get 21. Did that make sense, Neha? Yeah, thank you so much for asking a question. And then the other ones, any questions on number 3 or 4?
Could you go over number 4, please?
Yeah. Number 4 says, oh, let me move some things around. Okay. So number 4 says, in the figure above, AB is equal to 2/3 of BC. So this part is 2/3 of the entire line, or no, sorry, just of BC right here. I'm gonna write that down. What is the length of AC? So they want the whole line, but they told us information only for a part, okay? So that means that if we wanted to figure it out, we could set this equal to each other because we know that AB is x plus 3, and we know BC is 3x minus 6. So we could use that information and kind of just plug it into this right here. So we could do x plus 3 is equal to 2/3 of 3x minus 6 and figure out what x is first, and then plug it back in to find the full line. So that's what I'm going to do. I have x plus 3 is equal to 2/3 times 3x, and then I have minus 4. So 2/3 times -6, that would just be minus 4. Now after that, we would cross these two off. So we get x plus 3 is equal to 2x minus 4. And I'm just trying to get x alone here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to subtract x to the other side. And I get 3 is equal to x minus 4. And x is equal to 7. So when I plug 7 back in over here, I get 10 for this little part. And if I plugged in 7 over here, get 21 minus 6, which is going to be 15. So that's why the whole line is 25. Okay. Let's go over. Okay, so I think we can go over the next one. I was just looking through the chat box to see if anyone had any other questions. Did that make sense, guys? Okay, perfect. All right, let's go on to the next lesson. We're going over angles. Now, this may seem silly to you guys, but this shows up so many times. Like an acute angle is between 0 degrees and 90 degrees. A right angle, I'm sure most of us already know what a right angle is, but it's easy to forget. So 90 degrees is a right angle, and then anything bigger than 90 to 180 would be obtuse. And then 180 is always a straight angle. And I kid you not, I always see kids forgetting that a straight line is 180. And so you can always figure out what some angles are just knowing that you're looking at a straight line. Any questions on like what these words mean before we move on to postulates and theorems that you guys are supposed to know? Okay, looks like we're ready to move on. Okay, so the biggest one here is the angle addition postulate, which kind of tells us that if we know that this is, oops, if we know that this is the big angle, we also know that that big angle is made up of this plus this. And they're not always the same measurement. If you see these little tick marks, that tells us, what is what's different from one another. So if they both have the same tick marks, then they would be equal to each other. But because they have, one of them has one tick mark and the other one has two, that means they're different measurements. And then over here, that means that they have the same measurement because they have the same number of tick marks. Okay. So let's move on again. whenever you see that X right here, that is an indication for me that there are vertical angles. Usually, you should always know that vertical angles are congruent to each other. Does anyone want to put in the chat box, what does congruent mean? Good, good. Perfect. Congruent means the same. And so, so in this picture right here, 2 and 4 are the same because they're vertical angles. And then 1 and 3 are the same because they're vertical angles. So a lot of times we can come to the answer by just using that information. Supplementary angles always have a sum of 180 degrees. Complementary angles always have a sum of 90 degrees. And you always want to make sure that when you are looking at a triangle, you should know that all 3 angles equal 180. And also, if it's a right triangle like this, these 2 angles, the ones that are not right angles, will add up to 90 degrees. Okay? So let's try this example right here. It says in the figure shown at the right, POQ is 55 degrees. So here's POQ right here. It's in orange. That's going to be 55 degrees. What is SOT going to be? So SOT is right here. Go ahead and put in the chat box, what do you think SOT will be? Good. It'll be 55 because they're vertical angles. Now, what about ROT? ROT. So ROT is actually bigger. It's going to be this whole thing. And so if we know that this little part was 55, what's going to be that missing portion? So it's not going to be, oh, good. Okay, it will be 90 degrees because we know that this is a straight line right here. They already told us that we have a 90-degree right here. We know this part is 55, and so we know that RS and ST, or sorry, ROS and SOT will add up to make 90 as well, okay? So that's going to be 90 degrees. Now I'm going to erase all of this, and I'm going to have you guys try to find C and D. So go ahead and work on C and D and put your answers in the chat box. Good, good. Okay, Armand, do you want to explain C for me, please?
For part C, it's asking for angle POT. So you know that SOT is 55,
Okay,
and then you can just do 180 minus 55, which is 125.
great. That's perfect. Okay, let's do Shrita. Shrita, do you want to explain part D, please? Just tell this.
I'm kind of confused, but I mean, based off what I know, POS is 180, so that's maybe something that you could use to find POR.
You know what you also know is that POQ is 55, right? We know that this
Right.
is 90, and they're looking for POR. And so all you have to do is you have to add those two numbers together. So go ahead and add 55 and 90 and you have your answer, okay? And this is a good indication, like if you need help on this kind of stuff, write it down so that you can ask later and you can make sure your questions are clarified later, okay? So this was great. Good job. Thank you for answering. Okay, so knowing these rules, we now want to be able to apply them to harder problems. And so we are going to be going over another drill. It is actually fine if I actually just prefer you guys can see these clearly, so we'll just do 2 at a time. We'll do these 2, we'll go over the answers, and then we'll see if we have time for the other 2 or if we want to move on to the next topic, okay? So I would say like 2, 3 3 minutes, and then we should be good to go to move to the next few. Good job, guys. I see the answers trickling in. All right, so number 1 was D, so awesome job to everybody who did it. And then number 3, which is the other one that you guys had to do, was B. Let's see. So number 1, everybody kind of got D. Yes. What about number 3, guys? Did you guys do number 3? Good job. Um, Perfect. Let's move on to the other 2.
Hey, excuse me, can you explain where the answer was D?
For
Or
number
number
1.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, no problem. So if you look over here, there's a straight line right here. This straight line tells us that the whole thing is going to be 180 degrees, okay? And so we want to say 40 plus x minus 90 is equal to 180, and we solve for x. So this is going to be x minus 50 is equal to 180. And if we're trying to find the value of x, we're going to add 50 on both sides, and we end up getting x is equal to 230 because of that. Okay. Thanks for asking. Anyone have questions on number 3? Okay, let's move on.
Wait, could you go over number 3?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so in the figure above, ray OB bisects COA. And so let's highlight what COA is. COA is right here. And if we know that there is an angle bisector, this tells us that we have an angle bisector. That means it cuts that whole angle in half, which is why you see those little tick marks. Those 2 tick marks mean this equals to the other angle. And then angle DOB is 11x plus 6. So DOB,
Wait,
this
I get it,
thing.
yeah.
You get
Sorry.
it?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, that's okay. Does anyone else want me to finish or should I move on?
Could you still finish?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, so DOB is 11x plus 6. Okay, so if we know that and we know that COA, so this whole thing, let me do that in a different color. COA is right here. That whole thing is 8x minus 12. What's the measure of DOC? So at the moment, I'm not too worried about DOC. What I can see from here is I really need to figure out what X is, right? And so I know that if I were to divide this by 2, that means I'm gonna have this little part right here, and I need that. So I'm going to divide that by 2, and I end up getting 4x minus 6. So that's just that part that I highlighted in blue. And then I'm going to remember that a straight angle is 180 degrees. So if I know that, I want to do 11x plus 6 plus 4x minus 6 is equal to 180. And then I just go from there. So I'm going to simplify this equation. I cross this and this off. 11x plus 4x would be 15x. That's equal to 180. And then can someone calculate what 180 divided by 15 is?
12.
12. Good job. Yay. Okay, so that's 12. And if I'm plugging it back in to find DOC, DOC is actually just this part right here. And so the first thing I want to do is plug it into 8x minus 12. So I can at least find out what the half that I don't need is. So 8x minus 12, I plug in 12 in for x, and I get 96 minus 12. That's going to be 84. And then I do 180 minus 84. And then you end up getting 96.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I just joined. I'm kind of confused. Can you explain number 3 again?
I just explained number 3. We have a lot of stuff going on, but do you want to screenshot it and then you can probably ping me later and ask me?
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Screenshot it and just keep it for yourself so that we can go over it. Okay, I was going to go over these two, but we are like short on time and there's so much I want to do with you guys. And so let's go on to parallel and perpendicular lines. And so we have quite a few important things that you guys need to remember. First of all, I always want to remind everybody that corresponding angles, alternate interior angles, and alternate exterior angles are all very similar because they're all equal in measurement. And you want to remember that because that comes up on the SAT so much. So if you know that they're all equal in measurement, then that means you can set them equal to each other and solve for whatever missing information you have and, whatever. So the fourth one is the only one that's different, and that's either you learned it as consecutive interior angles or you learned it as same side interior angles. Just it depends on what state you're in and what your regulations are in your state. But consecutive interior and same side interior angles mean the same exact thing, and they're supplementary. So that means that they add up to 180. Oops, I'm still on highlight mode. They add up to 180. And I would take notes if you feel like you forget this very easily. So let's go over what corresponding angles are. Corresponding angles are always within two lines, okay? So one angle is within the two lines and one is on the outside. So a pair of corresponding angles would be 1 and 5. Does someone want to tell me what another pair would be?
2 and 6.
Good. 2 and 6. Perfect. So 2 and 6 would also be the same. Would 1 and 2 be the same?
No.
No.
It would be supplementary.
Good. They would be supplementary. What would the relationship between 1 and 3 be?
Vertical.
They would be the same.
Vertical, good. I know I'm bringing this up from like before, but I wanted to see if you guys still remember that. Okay, so now if I have like 4 and 6, for example, these are alternate interior angles, which are also equal. Now these alternate interior angles, just want to clarify, do not equal these measurements. 3 and 5 equal each other, but 3 and 5 don't necessarily equal 4 and 6. So I just want to say, even though they have the same relationship, that doesn't mean they have the same measurement. You still have to calculate that. And then alternate exterior angles are on the outsides, but they're still alternating. So one's on the right side, one's on the left side, but they're both outside of those parallel lines. And so that's how I like to visualize it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does angles 2, 4, 6, and 8 all equal to each other?
2, 4, 6, and 8. Yes, they are all equal to each other because these two are vertical angles. These two are alternate interior, and then these two are vertical. So yes, they end up all equaling each other. Okay, perfect. And then I want to go over how consecutive interior angles look like and how to make sure that you're, setting them equal to 180, not equal to each other. So they're always going to be on the same side within the two lines, okay? So 4 plus 5, angle 4 plus angle 5 would be equal to 180 degrees because of that rule. Okay, so let's go over a theorem that does show up. I actually caught somebody forgetting that last week. So it says in a plane, if a line is perpendicular to one of two parallel lines, so let's say that we only know that these two are parallel, and we only know that line T is perpendicular to line L. That's what they gave us. We can safely assume that line T is also perpendicular to line M, okay? So this is also going to have a 90-degree angle sign, and a lot of times they're not going to label it for you because they're going to expect that you know this theorem. All right, let's go over this example right here. After everything that we went over, let's see if we can figure out what angle 2, 3, 4, and 5 are. Let me think. I'm gonna do this with you guys, and then I'll probably have you guys do a drill right after. So if we know that line L is parallel to line M, so these two are parallel. I want to label that. R is perpendicular to T. So I see that there's a 90-degree angle right here. Angle 1 is 32 degrees. So this is 32. Before I even move on though, can I find out angle 2 just from this little bit of information that I know?
Yeah, it's 90 minus 32.
90 minus 32. And what would that be?
58.
58. Good job. So we already know that angle 2 is 58 degrees. Now we want to find what angle 3 is. So angle 3, if I were to take a look at angle 3, can I say it's vertical angles to angle 2?
Yeah.
I can?
No. No, you can't.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like you can't really determine if it's fully like vertical angles or not. So let's not do angle 3 just yet. Is there anything else I can find first? Like I can see
Angle 4.
Yeah, angle 4
90.
works. Yep, angle 4 would be 90 degrees. Okay, so angle 4 is 90 degrees. Angle 5 is also something we need to find. If I know that angle 4 is 90 degrees, then I probably can figure this part out. What's this?
Also 90.
Also 90.
Yeah, wouldn't that be 92? And then what about angle 5? How would I find angle 5 then?
It's the same as angle 2.
How do you know that?
Because 2 and 3 are vertical angles.
Alternate. I forgot. Corresponding, I think.
Corresponding, there you go. Yes, angle 5 is 58 because of corresponding angles. Okay, very good. What about angle 3 now? Could we figure that one out?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you do?
Why can't you just do 180 minus 90 minus 32?
That's what I would do. Okay, so what did you get when you did that?
58.
Ooh, 58, good job. Okay, great. So they were vertical, but honestly, we couldn't like fully see it and determine it by the way the picture's drawn. And so I didn't want you guys to just assume, and I wanted you to figure everything else out before we got to angle 3. Okay, let's go on to this drill. I'm actually only gonna have you do the first 2 again, and we'll just see how much time we have. So, go ahead and take out, I would say this should take like 3 minutes. 3 minutes? So at the 57 mark, I'll stop you guys and we'll go over answers. I want to see some new names pop up in the answer in the chat box too. Anyone who's not participating, start participating. That's how you get better and improve. All right, guys, just a minute and we're going to go over both questions. Okay. Who wants to volunteer to do number 1?
I could do it.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay. So I first did 5x plus 4 plus 3x equals 180. I got x equals 22. So then I did 3x. I did 3 times 22 for 3x. So I got 66. Then I did 5y minus 9 plus equals 66, and I got y equals 15. And then 15 plus 22 is 37, so I got A.
Great. Okay, that's great. And how were you able to determine that this plus this was 180?
Because they're interior, like
Same side interior?
yeah. So
Okay.
one line it's like a supplementary angle.
Great. Okay, perfect. You got it. Number 1 is A, guys. I didn't mention that before, but number 1 is A. And you are able to figure out what the answer is by using same side interior angles. Let's go over number 3 now. Number 3, I'm going to choose somebody from the list. Vanessa. Vanessa, are you there? If not Vanessa, then let's see. Victoria, if you're there, let's go over number 3 together. And if you guys don't know, no worries. You can tell me I don't know, and I'll just, worst thing that can happen is I go over it with you guys. So that's why I'm here. No, Victoria, you're not there? Okay. I'm just gonna go over it myself then. All right, so lines L, M, and N are parallel. So if we know that all 3 of these are parallel, we can use all the theorems that we just learned. We want to know what is the value of x plus y. So do we know what the relationship between x and y is right now? And can we even determine that there's a relationship so far?
I don't know if you can, but I think they're congruent.
So we can't because they don't have the same transversal at the moment. So we need to determine a few more things before we can be like, oh, x and y are equal. We don't know that just yet. So what else can we do though? Could we say that this plus this equals something?
180.
Yeah, those equal 180. They're supplementary because of same side interior angles. Oh, sorry, there's some people who want to get in from the waiting room. Just let them in. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, what else could we figure out from that information?
If you add y, if you add y in 70, it equals 180, so y would be 110.
Yeah, we could say that. So, but I'm not sure actually. I think this whole thing is 70, not just that little part. And so, because of that, I don't think we're allowed to say that just yet, but we can say this. I can say that y is also over, oops, I keep doing that, sorry. I can say that y is also over here because those are alternate interior angles. And I can also say that this is x because of alternate interior angles. So what I can do is, although I cannot use the 70 plus y is equal to 180, I could say that this whole thing is like a circle, and I can say x plus y plus 70 is equal to 360. I can do that, right? And so I can subtract both sides with 70, and I end up getting what?
290.
290. Okay, so the correct answer was D. And the thing is, guys, we don't need to know what x is, and we don't need to know what y is. What they're asking for is what is the value of x plus y. And so it's fine that we don't know what they are individually. We just need to know what this is, okay? Any questions before we move on?
I have a question on number 3.
Yeah.
So where did you get the 360 from? Like, that's what I'm so confused about.
So a circle, and this is something that hopefully we have time for today, but a circle is 360 degrees. And so that's why if we're adding all 3 angles together, they all make a circle together. And so we could say that all of them added together is 360.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so there are other problems, but we just don't have time for them. Sorry, did somebody say something?
Yeah, excuse me. For number 3, I have a question.
Yep.
Could we just do 70 divided by 2 and then solve for y?
We can't because we don't know if that's an angle bisector. We just know that those 2 angles or that whole angle is 70. We don't know how they break apart.
Right.
And so we can't determine that, but that's a good question. That's something that I used to do, and my geometry teacher used to always say, like, if they don't give you that information, you can't assume it. So you have to use the theorems that you have and the information that they give you in order to do that. Now, if they told you that, if they put like a little tick mark, for example, if they gave you that sort of information that this is equal to this, then you would have been able to say that, okay? All right, so let's move on. Another piece of information that you guys need to know is that every triangle is 180 degrees. And without fail, it will always be 180 degrees if it's going to be a triangle. So all three angles add up to 180. There's something called the exterior angle theorem, and that is the angle that's outside of a triangle. And if you see a triangle that looks like this, for example, that has an extended line right here, that means that you probably will have to deal with this exterior angle right here. This exterior angle is actually equal to angle A plus angle B. So the two angles that are not touching add up to make that outside angle right there. And that's the formula that you need. So if you guys don't know this information from geometry, I would write that down. I would write this stuff down because you will need to know it. And then the isosceles triangle theorem. Guys, isosceles triangles come up every single time I give a practice test. Every time there always is something about isosceles triangles. So it's important to note that isosceles triangles always have two sides of the triangle that are equal to each other, and the two base angles that are opposite from each congruent side are also equal to each other. So then there's only one side and one angle that are a different measurement, okay? All right, I'm gonna go over this example with you guys right now. So it says, in triangle ABC shown below, AB is equal to BC. So this is equal to this. BCD is 110. So BCD, that's 110 degrees. And BDE is 140 degrees. So they already labeled those for you. We have to find angle 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so I'm just going to make a list over here. Angle 1 is going to be whatever 180 minus 110 is going to be, because this is a straight line. So we want to do 180 minus 110, and what would that be?
70.
Good job, guys. Okay, so angle 2 is right here. And could we determine angle 2 because we know angle 1?
It's an isosceles triangle, so it's 70.
Yeah, it's 70.
Good, perfect.
And so that would make 340, right?
Yes, that would make 340. So that would make this right here. All right, so angle 4. Okay, can you guys put what angle 4 should be in the chat box? For those that said that it's 30, Biasha, do you want to explain why it's 30?
If you subtract 140 from 180, you get 40, and then if you add 110 plus 40, then you get 150.
Good job. And then you do 180 minus 150, right? Yeah, I knew what you meant. No worries. And sorry for catching you off guard. Okay, so we are going to be doing some problems here. I'm trying to think, let's see. We will do this as a whole drill. And so I want you to do 3 problems. We'll do 1, 2, and 4. Okay, let me just highlight. We'll do 1, 2, and 4. Let me try to zoom in a little bit more. Okay, can everyone see those okay? All right, so I'm going to give you guys until 1:11, or sorry, for me it's 1:11. The 11 mark for you guys, whoever is in a different time zone, which is most of us. For anybody that I just left it or let in from the waiting room, we are working on problems 1, 2, and 4 as a drill, and you guys have like 3 or 4 minutes to work on it. Good job, Sanjeev. Good job, Ansh. And if these are confusing, at least you know that you need to review triangles a little bit more. So reach out to me after class and, let me know if you guys want to see more work on triangles. All right, so I'm going to choose 3 of you to go ahead and mark your answer on the screen if you know how. So annotate on the screen and just circle the correct answer. So Sanjeev, I'll have you do number 4. I'll put in the chat box. Sanjeev, number 4. Go ahead and mark what you did. Advait, I'll have you do number 2. And let's choose William for number 1. So number 1 was supposed to be A. Good job. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Advait. And guys, I'm really big on saying people's names correctly, so if I'm saying it wrong, just correct me, okay? Oh, it's okay, William. Why don't you just tell me what you got for number 1? Okay, perfect. Okay, good. The answer was A, D, and D. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and erase everyone's drawings. Let's move on. Okay, so we're going to go over special triangles next. All right, special triangles are important. They come up when you least expect it. I would just memorize this. So if you have a piece of paper next to you, please write this down that 30, 60, 90 triangles have this sort of a proportion for each side. And then 45, 45, 90 triangles have a different proportion for each side.
Are these on the reference sheet?
They are on the reference sheet, but I would say that it wastes a lot of time to go back to the first page. So I find it easier if you just memorize it. So memorize this, and then the next thing that you need to know is the Pythagorean theorem, which seems basic, but a lot of people just don't remember that they have to use it. Every time I see a right triangle, I'm like, okay, I might have to use the Pythagorean theorem. I may have to use 30, 60, 90 triangles and 45, 45, 90 triangles. If you guys haven't gotten to write this down, you can screenshot it really quick. Okay. Also in the digital SAT, I don't know how easy it is to go back to the first page. Just be careful there and just have it memorized just in case. Okay, now we're going to use our skills from that page. And so here we go. We're going to have another drill. After this drill, guys, you guys are going to get a 10-minute break. And so let's do this drill, let's finish with a bang, and then we'll come back after having a little break and go over the next topic, okay? So I think you guys will have until the 21 mark or the 22 mark to finish these problems, and then we're going to go over them before I let you guys go on a break. And if you would like me to answer any questions or go over any in particular, please put it in the chat box so I make sure that I go over it in detail. Zoom in, okay. You won't be able to see all of them if I zoom in. Yeah, you're not able to see all of them if I zoom in more. You know what you guys could do is take a photo and zoom in too. That's also another option.
Wait, we have to solve these, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. No worries. You guys have like 3 more minutes. By now, you guys should be on the last problem. Just time-wise, pace yourself accordingly. All right, good, guys. Number 1 is C. Number 2 is B. Number 3 is C. And 4 is B. Okay, out of these, put in the chat box, which one do you guys think we should go over the most? Number 2 so far? Number 1? Oh, wow, a lot of people think number 3 was hard. Okay, a lot of mixed reviews. I think let's start with number 3. Looks like number 3 was the hardest for almost everybody, and then we'll see if we have time for the other 3. So number 3 says, in the figure above, AB is equal to 6. So this is AB, that's 6. BC is 8. So because there's other lines involved, I just like to highlight. So that's going to be 8. CD is 5. Okay. What is the length of AD? So what's this gonna be? All right. Any ideas on how to get started?
I can try.
Okay.
So we know that triangle ABC has legs 6 and 8, so that means AC would be 10 by using the Pythagorean theorem. And then we can use the Pythagorean theorem again to find out 80, which is pi squared 3.
Perfect. Yeah, this is a classic Pythagorean theorem problem, guys. So what you guys want to remember that is that, let me write this down. So AC squared is equal to AB squared plus BC squared. And so I'm literally looking at this triangle right here. I'm just going to mark it. This triangle right here is what I'm listing out. We fill in everything we know so far. And so we can fill out that BC is 8. We know that AB is 6. And we can find AC like that. And so we go ahead and we solve. We end up getting that AC is going to be we end up square rooting both sides and we get AC is 10. Once we get AC is 10, we can fill it out over here, and then we do the Pythagorean theorem for the other triangle, and that's how we end up getting to our answer. So this is the other triangle. And do you see how you could do 5 squared plus the side that you don't know squared is equal to 10 squared, and that's how we get 5 root 3. Is everyone in agreement there? Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna give you a 10-minute break. I want to see you guys back at the 36 mark, if that's okay. Go ahead and use the bathroom, get some water, a snack, and then we'll get right to it, okay? Good job, guys. Okay, so we are going to get on with the lesson plan here. Let's move on. We're going to go over similar triangles and proportional parts, okay? There are different theorems and formulas that you're supposed to remember. One thing is when you're talking about perimeter, it really is just a direct proportion. So that means one side is proportional to another, and the perimeter of one triangle is proportional to the other triangle if you know that they're already similar. That's called the AA similarity postulate. Well, you guys learned a bunch of these, but the most important for the SAT would be AA similarity postulate, which stands for angle angle. Is anyone here
I have
confused?
a question.
Yep.
Could you go over question number 4, like the previous one, the previous ones that we were doing?
I'm gonna circle it and write down that you wanted to go over it, but right now I have other stuff that I need to go over, and so I'm just gonna write go over if time, okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking. Okay, so if we know that both of these triangles are proportional to each other or they're similar, then we can assume that the perimeters are also similar. Any questions on that theorem right there? Okay. I wanted to box this. All right. The triangle proportionality theorem, this is one that people usually forget. And you learn it in geometry for like a brief section, and then you guys don't really do very much after that. And so a lot of people end up forgetting. But it says if one line is parallel to one side of its triangle, one side of a triangle, and it intersects the other two sides, it divides those sides proportionally. So what that means is since this is parallel to this, now this is proportional to this. They're not equal, but they're proportional. Can someone tell me what proportional means? If they're proportional, it does not mean they're equal, but what does it mean?
It means that like
That's okay. One of you can keep talking. Advaith, you can keep going.
oh, okay. I was just gonna say they have a similar ratio. Or
Yeah,
somewhat.
a ratio. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. The ratio is important because then you can say that this triangle, see, there's little triangles within big triangles. So this triangle right here is proportional to the big triangle that we're looking at. So this is the big triangle. And using that information, we can usually come up with whatever side that's missing. So that's all they're trying to explain over here. Let's go on. Let's see. I did want to go over these, and these we actually want to cover together, and so I don't want you guys to do it unless we have time to actually go over it. So we're just going to do one problem, actually. Let's do number 2 right here. It says in the figure above, angle B is equal to angle D. Okay, so angle B is equal to angle D right here. If BC is 16, and they already labeled that for you, CD is 10, and CE is 11, what is the length of AE? And so let's go over how to do this problem. Could we say that these triangles are proportional? Yeah, we can say that they're proportional because of the AA similarity theorem. So we already know that this angle is equal to this one, and because of vertical angles, we know that these two angles are equal too. And so because of that, we can go ahead and set the sides proportional to each other. But question, which sides are proportional? What would I do? So I have this side that's proportional to this side. So I'm going to say, and I always do small over big for proportional triangles or proportional shapes. It just helps me keep myself in check. So I'm going to do 10 over 16, that's small over big. And the other side that I have is 11 right here, and I'm going to go ahead and try to find AC. So that's going to be 11, so small over big. I do not know what AC is, but I do need it to go ahead and find what AE is. So I'm just going to cross multiply over here. So I get 10x is equal to 11 times 16. Can someone tell me what 11 times 16 is?
176.
176. Awesome. 10x is equal to 176. I divide by 10 and I end up getting 17.6 for x. Now, am I done yet, guys?
No, you still have to
Yeah.
add it to 11.
Still have to add, I have to add 11 because I want the whole line. So I'm going to add 11 and I end up getting 28.6 because they want AE. What is the length of AE? Huh. Well, we did not get that. 17.6. Then we should have gotten, hold on.
Wouldn't it be 6.6? Wouldn't it be 0.6 times 11? You would do 0.6 times 11 and then add 11.
Where are you getting 0.6 from?
6 over 10. Wait, never mind. I did it wrong.
That's okay, guys. I'm like, let me just check the
Wait.
answer here.
Could you simplify, if you simplified 10 over 16 to 5 over 8, you get 5x equals 11 times 16, which equals 8 times 11. 88 equals 5x, and that could be the thing you need.
I see what you're saying, but I'm a little worried here that the answer choices have a typo. So I'm just gonna double check that real quick. This is similar triangles and proportional parts. Give me just 1 second, guys. No, we're correct so far. It is 17.6. And then what we did was we just figured out the whole thing. So it is just 17.6. So what they wanted over here was actually, they should have had AC, but that was a typo in the question. They weren't asking for AE, they were just asking for AC, which is why we don't see anything bigger than that over here. So the answer is C, and we did do it correctly. That just the question had the wrong thing that they were asking for. Any questions about that? Okay. I want to do, let's see, I would like to do this next one right here, number 3. So it refers to this shape right here, and it goes over the triangle proportionality theorem, and that's why I really wanted to go over it with you guys. So they're asking, what is the value of x? So what is the value of this at the bottom right here? How would I start this problem? Let me call on somebody. Adam Faruqi, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Do you want to help me out with this one?
Yes.
Perfect. How would I get started? What's my proportion?
Um,
That's
I'm
okay.
actually not, I'm not sure.
Want me to walk you through it? That's okay. I'll walk you through it. So if they give you a triangle that looks like this, you'll see that there's a little mini triangle at the top, and then there's a big triangle. And so we want to build our ratio by looking at this photo. What we're going to do is just kind of some basics over here. This right here, this is BD, and this is BE, and this is for the small triangle. So I'm going to say BD over BE, or sorry, DE, sorry, is equal to BA over AC. So BA is right here, and AC is that bottom part. And so let's fill out what we know. What's BD?
12.
BD is 12. DE is 9. BA, if we were to add 12 and 8, we get 20. And AC is X, so we're looking for that. Now, all we have to do is cross multiply. So we do 12x is equal to 180, which is 9 times 20. And what would we get for x after that?
180 divided by 12, which is, wait, sorry.
That's okay, take your time.
15?
15. Let's see. Is it 15? Yes, it is. Good job. Okay, great. You got it. And guys, if I call on you and you don't know what to do, I completely understand. I've been doing this for like 14, 15 years. I still get nervous. I got nervous in the beginning of class today. So if you don't understand something, just speak up because there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I think we all have a hard time with these topics. Okay, so the next concept is area of a triangle. And there are so many different ways you can find the area of a triangle, which is why we're going to go over this. The first most important formula that you guys know is 1/2 times base times height. That's what I have right here. The thing is, you can't always find like that information. You don't always know if it's a right triangle, and you don't always know the base or the height or whatever the information that they're asking about. And so there's actually another formula that I wanted to go over with you guys that's not on these notes. So I'm just gonna probably zoom in at the top and write it down. Have you guys heard of Heron's area formula? Anybody heard of it? Okay, well, I'm really happy we're going over it since nobody's heard of it. Let's see. Yeah, Heron's area formula is when you know all 3 sides of a triangle, but you do not know what the height is. You don't know what the angles are, so you don't know if it's a right triangle or not. And so I'm just going to write down over here that you use Heron's area formula, use when you know all 3 sides of a triangle, but nothing else. And so what you do is you take all 3 sides, which is A plus B plus C, add them all up, divide by 2. And then once you have your S value, you plug it in to this formula. So you do s, the square root of s times s minus a times s minus b times s minus c, and that is equal to the area of the triangle. And so go ahead and if you don't know this formula, write it down because it's saved me a bunch of times.
Wait, A is in the angle A?
A as in side A. These are all three-sided.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, my bad.
That's okay. So A, B, and C are side lengths in this formula. Okay. All right. Go ahead and quickly screenshot that if you were not able to write it down. Okay, going once, going twice, I'm moving on. Okay, the next formula that I feel like you should know, but I haven't really seen it, or I always find that kids forget about it, is if you know the area of one of the triangles, you're trying to find the area of another triangle, but they're similar triangles. You would do the ratio of the first triangle, so ratio A over ratio B, square it. That's equal to the area of triangle A over the area of triangle B. So you do not square the areas, you're going to square the ratio. Okay? So, so that's another really important formula that you need to know. And if you already knew that or already have that written down, let's go ahead and get started on example 1. I'm going to get started kind of just explaining how to get started maybe. So AC is 6. This whole thing is 6. BD is 4. So that whole thing is 4. AB is 8. Okay. What is the length of CE? And so I'm just looking at this over here. It looks very complicated. If I were you guys, I would actually split these triangles up to see if I can try to find what CE is by using the information that I have or like using Pythagorean theorem, anything really to find the answer to this. And I'll check in at in 1 minute to see what you guys got. So question, is anybody using the area to figure out what the side lengths are? No? Okay, so interesting take, I know, but in order to solve this problem, you do kind of need to use the area formula. And so you don't need to. I'm open to showing you guys how to do it without that too, or if somebody wants to step in. But what I did was I used the area of ABC. So here's ABC right here, this whole triangle, which is base times height. That is going to be 1/2 times AC times BD. And AC is 6, so that's why I put 6 right here. BD is something that they told us is 4. So that's why I put 4 down here. And I set it equal to the area of the other triangle, which is 1/2 times AB times CE. So AB, let me just erase a bunch of stuff over here so that you guys can actually see. But AB is here and CE is here, and that's also the area of the same triangle. And so we're just marking other values that we know. And since we know that this is a 90-degree angle down here or up here, because of that, we're able to determine like that is the height as well. So what we did was we plugged in AB, which is 8. We don't know what CE is, but that's what we're trying to solve for. So after that, you're able to just solve for CE, and you should have gotten that CE is 3. Okay. Let's do another example. So in the figure below, AD is 5 and DC is 3. So AD is 5, DC is 3. They want us to find the ratio of the area of ABD to the area of CBD. And that is a formula that I just gave to you guys. So everyone in the chat box, go ahead and put your answer as soon as you have it. Keep in mind that all they want is oops, I didn't mean to cross it off. All they want is the ratio of the areas. Nine out of 25. You know what, guys? They aren't asking about the ratio of the triangles. They're asking about the ratio of the area, which is just 5/3. If we were solving, then yes, we would be squaring the ratio in order to find the area. But if they just want the ratio of the areas, that's just 5/3. Okay, so everyone who did get it wrong, go ahead and actually note that, okay? Be very careful on what they're asking about. Okay, so let's move on. We're only going to do 2 problems for area of a triangle. Go ahead and get started on these. This is a drill, and you guys have 3 minutes to complete this. And guys, we have some quiet people in the class. Try to participate in the last 30 minutes of class. It's really going to help you guys out to, speak up and collaborate. Put your answers in the chat box and really try your best. Good job, guys. Yep, number 1 is D. Oh, oops. I'm circling the wrong one. Number 2 is C. Would you guys like me to go over why? Okay, Akul, which one do you want to go over? Number 3? Okay, let's go over number 3. It says, in the figure above, what is the area of triangle ABC? Okay, so we do know quite a bit of information, but we do not know what the height is, and we do not know what the base is. So, what do you think we would start off doing? Do we know what this is, what the angle is?
Wouldn't that angle be 120 because it's a 30, 60, 90 triangle and it would be 60 plus 60?
Yep. So that would be 60 and 60 right here. Yes, we can use that information. Using special triangles, could we figure out what the height is? Can someone tell me what the height of this triangle is?
Is it 12?
6.
Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, it's 6.
It would be 6, yes. And then what about this part? Just half.
6 root 3.
Root 3, good. And then that would make this also 6 root 3, right? Okay, so using that information, we could just do 1/2 times the base, which is 12 root 3, times the height, and that's how we should be able to get to 36 root 3. Yep, that would be 36 root 3. Good job. Thank you for helping out. Okay, so let's move on. We have other stuff that I would love to do. Let me just take a look real quick what we have going on.
Someone in the chat and I also have this question where it's like, how is the height 6?
How is the height 6 for this one? It's because we used 30, 60, 90 triangles. We used special triangles in order to come up with that. And so I think up here, I'll let you screenshot it. There we go. Okay, go ahead and screenshot this. If you guys don't understand how we got the height of that, we used the 30, 60, 90 triangle. So these ratios right here to figure out the height and the base, actually. Okay. Moving on. All right. I do want to do these problems, but not all of them. So I feel like number 3 is very important. Let's go over number 3. So we're not doing number 1, we're just doing number 3. I would honestly love to go over all of this, but there's just no time. There's so much information. So remember the triangle proportionality theorem, because that comes up over here. If we know that VQ, WR, and TS are all parallel, what do we know about the rest of the triangle?
Similar.
They're similar, yep. When you guys do have an answer, I see a few. Actually, I don't see anyone who, okay, Sanjeev, good job. Okay, once you guys get the answer, go ahead and put it in the chat box, and then we're gonna go over how we got to the answer. kind of just get you guys started. So if I know that 3 lines are parallel in the triangle, I can determine that the sides are proportional. And so I can say that PT over PS is equal to X over RS. So here's X and here's RS. And PT is this whole thing. And PS is this line right here. So that's how I would get started if I were you guys. After that, I would fill out that PT is X plus 1 plus X minus 1 all over PS, which is 15. They gave us that right here. That's equal to X over RS, which is something that we're still trying to find. So what I'm going to do is just start simplifying. 1 minus 1 goes away. I would have 3x over 15 is equal to x over RS. After that, I would cross multiply. So 3x times RS is equal to 15x. What happens after that? So I divide it to the other side, 3x, divide by 3x, and I end up getting that x disappears. Yay, we wanted it to. So 15 over 3, that would be 5, and RS is 5. So good job, everyone who got B. And to anyone who tried and got it wrong, good job for just trying, because you should just try your best and then eventually you'll get it. Any questions there? All right, let's move on. I really wanted to go over all of these, but wow, I didn't realize it would take so much time to go through these lessons. Let's go over parallelograms. Parallelograms show up quite a bit. So something you guys should know is opposite sides of a parallelogram are congruent. So this side is equal to this side, and this side is equal to this side. Another thing you should know is that opposite angles are also congruent. And those parallel line theorems that we learned all apply inside an actual parallelogram too. So keep those in mind. Consecutive angles are supplementary. Can someone tell me what consecutive angles means? Let me choose from my nice list. Vaishnavi Pandey, can you tell me what consecutive angles are?
I'm not really sure.
That's okay. Think about what consecutive means. So I always try to remember that consecutive means right next to each other. So if you know that consecutive means that they're next to each other, that means they're talking about this angle right here and this right here. These two angles added together would be 180 degrees. Okay, so if you ever see consecutive anything, consecutive sides would mean this side and this side right here because they're next to each other. Or it could also mean this side and this side because they're right next to each other. Just like that, if they're talking about consecutive angles, they mean angles that are right next to each other. So it could be like this and this. It could be any two angles that are right next to each other. They add up to 180 because of the parallelogram theorem rules. And then another thing you need to know is that diagonals bisect each other. And so bisect means to cut in half. And so that means that these diagonals cut each other in half. That means this is equal to this, and this is equal to this. Okay, any questions on like what that means or how it applies? Anything? Let me check the chat box. All right. Cool. Okay. So no questions on this. Let's move on. Rhombuses have similar rules to parallelograms, but what's different about a rhombus? Can somebody tell me what's different about a rhombus?
Right angles.
Rhombuses have right angles
They're
with their
perpendicular.
diagonals.
Yeah.
Yeah, their
Oh, diagonals are equal.
diagonals are equal, but what about the side lengths?
All sides are equal.
All sides are equal. Good job. Okay, cool. So that's how rhombuses are different from parallelograms. Rhombuses have all sides that are equal and parallelograms do not. Okay, but all the other rules do apply. Also, another thing that I want to mention or maybe just highlight because it's written here, the diagonals are perpendicular to each other. So that's important to know. And then somebody else also said each diagonal bisects a pair of opposite angles. And so that's also true. Do you know what that means? That the diagonal bisects a pair of opposite angles?
It's
What?
half.
Yeah, it splits it in half. And so let's look at this angle in particular. Because I see that it's a rhombus and I have diagonals cutting through those angles, I can say that angle 3 is equal to angle 4 because of that, because diagonals cut the angles in half, okay? So that's what that means. And then lastly, you guys should remember how to find the area of a rhombus and the area of a parallelogram. And I wouldn't depend on that, you know, cheat sheet thing that they give at the beginning of each math lesson, because like I said, when I'm stressed taking the test, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh my gosh, is this on the first page, and go back. I just want to know this material like the back of my hand. And so I would just memorize the two area formulas so that you're not caught off guard. Okay. If you guys want to screenshot this, go ahead and screenshot before I move on, because we're almost done with class. And so we're going to have like one last little drill before we end. And moving on. Okay. We are not doing all of this by any means. We are just going to do, let's see. I actually just want to do number 1 and 2. So I'm going to highlight those two. We're just going to do 1 and 2, and that's it. Tanvi, do you want to help Tanvi Deshmukh? Do you mind helping for number 1 real quick?
Can you explain it?
What part don't you understand? So let's go over from the beginning. What is PT? They gave us PT.
X plus 2y.
Good job. Okay, x plus 2y. And then ST, what's ST?
Ax minus y.
X minus y. Okay, and then PR is 32. They gave us a lot of information. That whole diagonal is 32. And then TQ is 26, right? What else do we know? Like the first thing that they gave us is that it's a parallelogram, right? And because it's a parallelogram, what can we determine about this? So let's quickly scroll up. We're going to go back to our properties of parallelograms. So we know opposite sides are congruent. We know opposite angles are congruent. What do we know about diagonals?
They bisect each other.
Bisect each other. And so here's what we can say is that because we know that this diagonal cuts this diagonal in half, we could say that this is equal to this, right? So we can set up at least one equation. We can say 8x minus y is equal to 26. Let's see. Do we know anything else? We do know that angle 1 is 6a. We know angle 2 is 10a. We're not really trying to find what a is though. And so we don't really need any of this other information right now, right? We can say that x plus 2y plus x plus 2y is this whole thing. Does anyone else want to step in and try to help solve this problem? Victoria? Victoria, are you there with us? Don't be scared, guys. It's okay. This problem's not going to bite. Anyone else? William, you want to help out? William, are you there? Is everyone feeling pretty confused on this problem?
SQ splits PR into 2, so you could just set x plus 2y is equals to 16.
Good. Okay. What's next after that?
You have a system of equations, so just use elimination to get rid of one of the variables.
Good. Okay. So I have two equations. I already have one, right? I have 8x minus y is equal to 26. What's my second equation? Can you repeat that?
x plus 2y is equals to 16.
Okay. How did you get 16? Just for
Um,
people who don't understand.
because SQ splits PR in it bisects PR, so it'll split it into 2. So just divide 32, which is PR by 2.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, now we have a system of equations and we can solve by substitution or elimination, right? So we're just going to get x alone over here, 16 minus 2y, and then plug it back in right here. When we do that, we are supposed to get that x is equal to 4. Is that what everyone got? Any questions? Oops. See. Good. And then for anyone who did number 2, 6 is correct. Good. Okay. We are all donesies for today. You guys, you did a great job. Thank you so much for paying attention, participating, listening.
Yep, stick around, guys.
Yeah. Jared has a lot to say to you guys, but I'm so thankful that, you guys were participating and, I'm appreciative and I'm very thankful I got to teach you guys.
Awesome, guys. Hey, for those of you guys who were here for English and for math, I just want to say, hey, congratulations on completing your 2-day SAT boot camp. For those of you guys who were here for both days, and even if you guys are just here for today, how did you guys feel about the boot camp? How did everyone feel about this? Did everyone feel like they got a lot out of the last couple of days? Awesome. Everyone's saying great, good, awesome, guys. Really fun and interesting. Hey, Alice, that's exactly what we do these for, guys. We want to make sure that learning for you shouldn't be a chore. A lot of students, they go into SAT prep and they're saying, oh, you know what, I don't like SAT prep because it's boring, right? No one gets involved. But this is why we do things here. And that's why students come to us. We want to keep things extremely engaging. Okay. So families, as I mentioned to you guys before, and for any parents that are watching this right now over your teens' shoulders, I have for you guys a very special offer for those of you guys who are going to take the March or the June SAT. But guys, let me ask you this and be honest with me. Do you feel like if you had more of what you had today, you would have a better chance of acing your SAT, getting a better score on your SAT? Let me see. Raise hands if you guys feel like this is going to help you guys if you had more of this. Perfect, perfect. Now, do you feel like if you ace your SAT, you'll get into a better university? But most importantly, do you feel like if you got a better university, you would have a better chance of getting the career you want and living the life that you want? So let me ask you a question, guys. How many times in your entire life have you asked your parents for something? Maybe it's like a candy bar, or maybe I can go on this field trip, right? How many times have you asked for something like that? But you probably asked them a lot, right? But how many times has that ask actually determined the very future of your life? How many times has the thing that you were asking for going to help you get the career that you want and get that life that you want? So the first thing I want to go over with you guys right now is I'm going to walk you through exactly what the special offer is. So let me go ahead, let me pull up my camera, or not my camera, but my screen. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right here. Allow. Okay. Can you guys, everyone see my screen right now? You can see a bunch of handsome and beautiful people on the screen. Perfect. Guys, I just want to show you what exactly is possible. All right. In every single one of these screenshots that you see right here, these students started off exactly where you're in. Some of them actually went to the bootcamp, the masterclass that I ran last year. All right. They all had the same thing in common. They were lost and confused on SAT problems. They were lost and confused. Some of them didn't even know where to start. And I'm sure some of you guys probably feel like this right now. Okay, so what I'm going to propose to you is exactly what I'm going to be giving the students who are taking the SAT in March and in June. The first thing, guys, you're going to have is you're going to have access to my entire SAT mastery curriculum, where you're going to get our entire self-paced SAT curriculum with over 26 hours of lessons, 36 practice tests, and 2,500 practice problems so that you can make small steps to success every single day. The second thing is, hey guys, if you liked these big classes with over 70, yesterday we had 100 people show up. Imagine how much better you'll be in a small group class when you're in sessions of 5 to 10 other students. These interactive small group sessions are led by experts just like Jana and Tim from yesterday, and they're going to cover both math and reading. And these are going to challenge you're going to be going over the most challenging SAT concepts. Next, you're going to receive office hours. For every week, you will have the opportunity to register for multiple weekly office hours where you can ask questions, go over tricky problems just like how you were in today, and receive the personalized support that you need to stay on track. Included with that, you're going to have 4 VIP one-on-one sessions where we can get you the most benefit in the shortest amount of time. But most importantly, you're going to get 7-day-a-week private support access to coaches just like Jana, to coaches just like Tim. And this way, if you're stuck, you don't stay stuck. And typically, for those of you guys who are just to join the Geometry Gurus family just like that, that would be typically everything that you would receive. However, I have a special offer for those of you guys who are in this session right now. For the right student, you can see how this can be life-changing for you guys. And let me go ahead and show you one more time. Franklin used to think that this was impossible until he was able to put in the work just like these students before him, okay? As a bonus, I will give you guys access to this entire SAT bootcamp. Okay, you will have the recordings for this one. All my students will have the recording for this one. They'll also receive my 2 other SAT math workshops with an additional 3 hours of content. But most importantly, you will also receive the group lesson recordings from the last 12 weeks of SAT sessions. So that way you can reinforce your key concepts, sharpen your skills, and accelerate your process. Okay, and again, this is just another example of what exactly is possible. If you don't know where to start, if you aren't taking the March and the June SAT, then I want you guys to do something and put your own future in your hands, because there's 2 types of people on the call today. One of them, they'll probably do nothing after this exam. They think that, hey, this boot camp is exactly what I need, but I'm not going to do any other work. And then the other type is actually going to take action to get the results that they're looking for. And it's never more important to give yourself the edge over all these other college students. Okay, this information I'm giving to you right now is not going to create change. I want you guys to go ahead and tell your parents today, I want to work with Geometry Gurus to get the SAT score that I'm looking for. Okay, you guys can go ahead and book in a one-on-one call with me so that we can learn a little bit more about your unique situation. And if you think that this is something for you guys, we'll get you enrolled and you can take the first steps to getting the results that you guys are looking for. All right, family, that is everything I wanted to go over with you guys. I hope you guys felt like this was a valuable lesson for all of you guys for the last 2 days. And guys, I'm looking forward to working with some of you guys from now until the March or the June SAT, okay? Who's here gonna talk to their parents later tonight and be like, hey, we wanna work with Geometry Gurus? Anyone? Perfect, 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 guys. All right, that's what I like to see. All right, guys. Hey, I just want to say one more time, have a great rest of your weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys later on. And as always, go out there, get the SAT scores that you're looking for, all right? Take care, guys. Everyone get out of here. I'll see you guys later.